Starting. Aí me com zoom small.
Morning, Commissioner Dalton and Commissioner Kushney. Whenever you're ready, can I get a mic and video check?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. I can see your video's working, Commissioner Dalton, whenever you're ready for the mic check.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, thank you.
Did I put my voice? Huh. Need to go.
Yo, good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting of the Elections Commission to order. It's 10 o'clock on April 1st. meetings be conducted by video and telephone. I'd like to remind the commissioners to keep their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. I'd like to ask for the roll call, please.
Yes. Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Opana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney.
Muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Here, thank you.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas. Excused. Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, Chair, we have a quorum.
I'd like to move to the approval of the minutes of the March 11th meeting. We'll first take public testimony. As a reminder to those testifying, your testimony must pertain to the minutes of the last meeting.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir?
Yes, in the last meeting in the minutes, the commission voted to have Deputy Attorney General Ching's written opinion be included in the minutes.
We'll
It has-
discuss that under the minutes after the
From
public
last
testimony.
meeting, Chair, it has not appeared in the minutes.
You can discuss that after public testimony. Right now, we'll entertain public testimony on the written minutes, and your testimony must pertain to the minutes. If it doesn't, I'm going to call you off topic and excuse you from testimony. Your testimony must apply to the minutes, written minutes, as per the agenda. Could you please have public testimony, please?
If you'd like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of the testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 3 regarding the approval of written minutes from the March 11th, 2026 meeting. The first testifier is Jennifer, followed by Jean Lampkin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out in the last minutes when I spoke last time, so it would be under Jennifer, it didn't clearly state the importance of what I said. It kind of skimmed over this idea, okay? The intelligent mail barcode allows mail processing equipment to automatically count return mail pieces and transmit counts to USPS systems for reporting. That's a pretty important fact to be left out. So I would like the minutes to reflect that point, because that is what we've been arguing about for the discrepancy of the 19,000 ballots on the Big Island. So I thank you very much for adding that and making it on the record that that was the point of what I was speaking on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next testifier is Jean Lampkin. The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Hello guys, Pikachu Shelby here. So thank you all for taking the notes in the minutes, but just like the previous testifier said, I went over the meeting minutes, agenda's fine. However, when the people, especially me, were very, very specific about the DOJ things, because I wanted it to go on the record what I found while we had the last meeting. And I wanted to be reflected on the records, the numbers of the DOJ files. Record number 739659, Victor Golf Juliet VGJ. That's the first DOJ report. And I found a second one, 739662 Zulu Foxtrot X ZFX. So I want those to be reflected on the records that the DOJ is aware of what's going down. And everyone's stuff, Keone patents, everyone you go through, it's missing the meat and potatoes of what they said. And it seems like it's paraphrased. So I'm not sure, because we can watch it all on YouTube, highlight the transcripts and print that out. And that would have the very detailed records of what we all said, not the paraphrase version. So I want to put that on the note and on the record. When people say what they mean, they actually mean what they say, because they filed lawsuits against us, and it's all on the public record for people to watch and track. So thank you very much for listening. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Alohalani Hope.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I want to just also reiterate what the other two people had just said. I feel like my testimony was also paraphrased and not emphasized enough. It says that I just expressed concerns about election security. I actually have told what I have experienced myself as an observer, that there were also some issues that I observed. And so this pig report actually verified that there are issues also. Anyway, but I do also want to mention that in the last meeting, Scott Nago, his opinion was supposed to be presented in the notes and in the minutes, and it has not been presented. So I would ask that the commission make an amendment to the minutes to include Scott Nago's opinion, written opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Alohalani Hope, followed by Austin Martin.
Mute.
There you go.
What's up, Chair Curtis? I sent it 4 a.m. many emails. And the most important email, sir, to this commission as well are every Senate member and David Tarnas, who is on the Judiciary Committee at the Capitol. As we speak, I've invited them to look what's going on in this commission meetings. And now that young Shelby billionaire said you folks didn't quote him properly, there's something wrong here. We're supposed to be truthful and transparent and exact. Mahalo, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Cheryl.
Thank you. I'm Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. I'm also on the LNC as a member for Region 1, representing the 15 states of Region 1. On the minutes, as has been pointed out by previous testifiers, there are issues, and I want to go beyond just noting paraphrases to a ongoing pattern of mischaracterization. There is a definite pattern of mischaracterization and obfuscation of critical details and facts and events that occur in the meetings, which are not being properly recorded in the minutes. At one point, I thought, wow, why do we really need public testimony about this? And it's because, as we saw, Mr. Curtis is very zealously and selectively enforcing Germanity, shall we say, on the testifiers and preventing commission members from being able to properly exercise their rights on the commission. And as they try to document this fact, that is being systematically undermined by the opacity on the record. It's so important that we have transparency in these meetings and that we have an accurate record of what happens. Unfortunately, our confidence that the record is accurate and truthful is very low, and very little has been done to address this. I want to thank the commissioners who are trying to fight for that transparency and for following the law and for upholding the rules. I hope that the commission will take seriously and look back on prior minutes with like Miss Claire McAdams, which is going to be relevant today. and recognize that there are defects in the record. And I believe that that is very intentional in order to cover up misconduct rather than any kind of just casual mistake. So I'm putting that forward as a member of the public. That seems obvious. As the director of a political party, I have no confidence in an office of elections that cannot keep basic records of what happens in these meetings. So I'm extremely concerned about this, and I want to see improvement on this area. I think it's really important. With that, I yield.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers, and for the record, Commissioner Sabas just joined the meeting.
Good morning, Mr. Sabas. Would entertain discussion and motion on regarding the written minutes of March 11th from the commissioners. Ralph, you had something.
I have a point of order, Chair.
What rule am I not following?
Well, the commission made a vote in the last meeting to have the Deputy Attorney Ching's opinion put into the minutes, and it has not been put into the minutes. So what
Mr.
is
Ching, your comments, please.
What's that?
I'm asking Mr. Ching for his response.
This is an administrative issue. It's not Mr. Ching's issue.
He may not have given a written opinion yet. Mr. Ching?
Chair, he gave a written opinion. He sent it to the commission. We voted to have that written opinion be included in the minutes.
So that's your amendment to the minutes, to add Mr. Ching's written report.
It was supposed to be in 2 meetings ago minutes, and it has never been included.
So you wanted to include it in these minutes?
It needs to be included, and this is purposeful because the press reads the minutes and you purposely left it out of the minutes so that they can't see it. This was from 2 months ago that you're not doing this. So who's in charge of following
the minutes? This staff does the minutes.
Okay, so who we made a motion to have the written opinion that Deputy Attorney General Ching included in 2 months ago meeting minutes. It has not been put into the minutes yet. So who is in charge of that?
We can get back to that. Right now, the agenda item
No,
is
Chair,
No.
we're going to skip over this.
No.
What's going to be done?
On the agenda, we're talking about the minutes of the last meeting.
Chair, there's no
If
room.
you want,
This
if
is
you
a point
want
of order.
that to be included in that as well, you can do that. You can move that to amend the minutes to include
There's no
the Ching
amendment.
report
It's
that should
following
have been
what we voted
published
for.
It's already
previously.
been voted on, Chair Curtis. So Commissioner Kushney is saying that it doesn't need to be voted on or discussed. It just needs to be done. We've already voted on this to take place. And so we're all wondering why it's still not in the minutes.
Staff hasn't included it. We'll instruct staff to include it in the minutes of 2 meetings ago and include it in these minutes for the record. Now, on the agenda is last meeting's minutes. That's what we're discussing now.
Chair, will you follow through with that and make sure that it's done?
We'll make sure staff does because they're aware of it now. Thank you. Now, are there any amendments to the minutes of the March 11th meeting?
So, excuse me, my hand is up.
Yes, Lindsay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have asked you this month and last month to direct the staff to include those DAG Ching's testimony, and you indicated that you would. You indicated that you agreed that they should be there, and yet nothing happens. So do they listen to you?
Apparently not on this case. Let me see. Ray, how do you intend to resolve this?
Hi, Commissioners. Yeah, I can go ahead and add that to the previous meetings if that's what the Commission wishes. Just for everyone's reference, the minutes that are posted on the website remain in the draft form. I don't make any changes to them after they have been posted. As you see, all of the PDFs still say draft on them. if there are any discussions regarding changes to the previous draft minutes, that's reflected in the current meeting discussions. So it is on record, and my understanding was that would be sufficient. But if the commission wishes, we can make those changes to the previous meeting minutes as well.
So
Yeah,
we,
the text has not appeared ever.
Right, but I believe the discussion regarding the change appears in that
Right.
current
But
meeting,
we
right?
want the
Thank you, Raymond.
text to appear.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Now, can we get to last meeting's minutes?
no, I want clarification on this, Chair. So we voted to have the written opinion be put in the minutes, and you decided not to put it in the minutes, just that
Don't
we
say
discussed.
you. I didn't do anything with the minutes. Staff manages
I'm talking
minutes.
to Raymond, Chair. So
Well, then please talk to the chair and address the agenda item that we have now, March 11th.
okay, so we got
Ching's letter will be Ching's letter will be a member of the minutes as per Ray's certification. Now, can we look at the March 11th minutes, which is what the agenda item is? We'll talk
Sure, I
about
still
the
have a
agenda
point of
item
order.
right now.
I have a point of order, Chair. How,
What
if we make a
rule,
motion,
what rule am I not following?
we make a motion, how can the staff decide to override what our motion was?
Wait,
How
he
is-
didn't override it. I'm overruling your point of order. I'm going back to the agenda item 3, the minutes of the last meeting. If you have
What?
comments on the minutes of the last meeting, I would
I
entertain
appeal the ruling of the chair.
entertain a motion
I
to,
appeal the ruling of the chair.
it's not appealable. You're overruled. If you continue
Do
that
we have
way,
a second, Dylan?
you don't have a second. It's a
Well,
point of order.
He does have a
It's
second
the chair's
because
discretion.
it's a Robert's Rule of
I
Order.
overruled the
Are
point
you
of order.
seconding?
Now
Dylan?
we're back
I
to
did.
item 3. If you're not
Okay.
on item 3, I'm going to shut you off.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
You're out of order. Now we're on item 3, the minutes of the last meeting.
Chair,
Are
I'd
there
like to
any
make a
motions
motion.
to approve I'm sorry, go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion on behalf of testifier Jennifer Hunt. She wanted her comments more clearly defined and included. So I'd like to amend that her comments include that the intelligent mail barcode allows mail processing equipment to automatically count returned mail pieces and transmit counts to USPS systems for reporting. That was verbatim what she testified on today.
Thank you. Hold on to that thought. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th, and then we can amendment with your amendment. Right now, we're on the minutes of March 11th. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Dylan,
I'd like to make
your amendment would be in place right now.
Okay.
It's a move to amend the minutes of March 11th as Dylan previously outlined. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. And the amendment was to include the barcode information as per the previous testimony. Is that correct, Dylan?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, I think this should be included. And I still want to know how the staff can choose to override a duly made motion that the commission adopted, and choose what they put in the minutes and what they leave out. We clearly voted.
That's not relevant to the amendment.
This
The
is
amendment on the
relevant
floor
because we
is,
can't move. We can't move
is,
forward until we get this squared away. And the testifiers were just
We're on the
testifying.
amendment right now, Ralph. If you want to address the amendment, you're welcome to. Otherwise, you're out of order.
Where do we address this issue?
Later.
When?
You're out of order again.
When do we
On the
address?
table is the amendment to the minutes. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to the minutes? All those in favor of the amendment, or can we have a roll call on the amendment to the minutes to include Jennifer's information regarding the barcode on the envelopes that are returned by the USPS?
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Pana,
Abstaining, I was not present.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
You're muted.
No.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
I beg pardon? Did it pass?
It passes, yes.
Thank you. Now, back to the minutes of March 11th. Are there any other amendments, additions, or corrections?
Chair, are we able to just discuss?
If-
I
if
would
you have-
like to know, yeah, I would just like to know why there was a no vote on that. I mean, it's factual information that she gave
No,
that
you don't-
testimony.
We're talking about the minutes, not the votes.
Point of
Do you have
information.
anything on the minutes? Yes,
I
I'm
have
trying
a
to
point of
understand my
information.
colleagues better.
Ms. Papalimu?
Yes, according to Robert's Rules of Order, any change to the minutes or amending the minutes, if it is factual and correct, it does not require a vote. And
Thank you.
someone can correct me if they need to, but I believe that the minutes are amended if they are corrected. And I don't believe it needs to be voted on.
Thank you.
And
Ralph?
so if someone could fact check me on that, I believe that is correct for Robert's Rules of Order, which because I'm very surprised that we are voting to correct minutes when it's a factual correction.
Ralph?
Yes, Chair. So we're discussing the approval of minutes.
March
so
11th.
my discussion is we voted to have stuff entered into the minutes, but it was not put in there. So
March
how do
11th.
we ensure this gets done? And how can the staff pick or choose what they're going to add into it? It was a motion that was made and adopted by the commission. So I would like to get some resolution to this.
Ray said he'd take care of it. Now we're talking about March 11th minutes. Any other discussion on the motion to approve the March 11th minutes as amended?
Yes, Chair. I think it should include all of the amendments that the testifiers asked for.
Is that what specifically would you like to amend with?
Well, with the testifiers, Shelby and Jennifer and I forget Michelle's testimony that they
Their
asked for it to
testimony is
be
a matter of
included.
public record. Spelling it out in the minutes is a matter of opinion, and my minutes only include motions and seconds, but yours don't. That's okay. We're talking about March 11th. You want to amend it, add it, or correct it? I would entertain a motion to approve the March 11th minutes as amended.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye. Are we voting? Or
No, he
did
was
someone make a motion?
entertaining a motion.
The motion on the floor is the approval of the minutes of March 11th as amended.
Yeah, I'm thankful we put in. Are we just discussing then? Is that why I was called on?
No, this
It's
is the
great we
vote.
put Jennifer's.
It's a yes or a no. Please.
Okay, yes. Yes, as amended.
okay. Commissioner Apana,
Abstaining.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now we're on to unfinished business. I would entertain public testimony for the unfinished business regarding the response from Nadine Nakamura, from Claire McAdam, from the Big Island. And I would
Chair, I have
entertain
a point of
testimony.
order.
We're having testimony on item 4.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, what rule am I not following?
So we passed a motion to have unfinished business on the agenda items.
That's
And
item 4, and that's what we're asking for public testimony.
there's
But
many
there's
more
things missing.
unfinished business that are not included. So how do we get the motion that we approve to be implemented? Because there's still a lot of outstanding issues that you're not including on unfinished business.
For instance,
Barbara Dalton was supposed to follow up with the post office. We haven't heard from her. There was Doug Pasnick's complaint. We made a motion to have county clerks sign under penalty of perjury that chain of custody documentation was met. Also, we have put out advertisements for the chair position, and we don't know what your special authorities and rules are. So I'd like to make a motion that the Election Commission direct the chair to provide any written documentation, rule, or formal commission action that grants the chair specific powers and privileges he has asserted, and to distribute that documentation to all the commissioners. Do I have a second?
I think the post office, Ms. Dalton said that she didn't expect to receive any kind of response from the post office. They weren't going to subject themselves to discussions from us. I don't recall Mr. Pasnick, and I think the clerks are still responding. What was Mr. Pasnick's request?
We initiated an investigation. So you got to look at the motions that were passed. Now, I just made a motion and I just got a second. So this.
Wait. We're on unfinished business.
That's what I'm on.
And I'll entertain public testimony.
Sure, I just made a motion and we got a second.
We'll get back to you after the public testimony. Please open public testimony for the unfinished business regarding item 4 on the agenda.
Okay. The first testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Jennifer.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha and thank you. Okay, wow, what an exchange. On unfinished business, Mr. Cushney is completely correct. And this is a routine thing that every meeting there are things missing from unfinished business that are conveniently left off the agenda in order to once again shield people from misconduct, like Mr. Ching. And Mr. Curtis, I would like you to know, this is probably going to be for our mutual edification here. The point of order does not mean the chair is not following a rule. If the Deputy Attorney General told you that, just realize that he is absolutely incompetent and you shouldn't listen to him. Is especially not on parliamentary matters, because he's probably not even a parliamentarian. A point of order is about whether or not an item of business, a decision of the chair, something that the body does, some behavior from another member, any of those things can trigger the point of order. Once it's there, it takes priority over all other business, and you as a chair are required to immediately rule on the point of order. Your ruling is always appealable. At any time, if you refuse to take the appeal, the members can take the vote for you, and they can censure you for not taking an appeal. It's actually professional misconduct for you to refuse to take an appeal unless it's ruled dilatory, and that ruling can also be appealed. So this is the idea that we don't run as a dictatorship, right? We work together as a body in order to accomplish shared business. So when one faction starts trying to block things, it's a problem. Claire McAdams definitely had a conflict of interest, and she lied. And in my personal opinion, I think she committed fraud on this committee, not only by her actions sitting on it.
Business.
That is, we're talking about Claire McAdams. Isn't that on the unfinished business? Yeah.
No, you can't. That's not.
It is on the agenda.
Doesn't that? Yeah. Okay. Well, if you say that's not germane, sir, I will avoid that and instead direct my criticism toward you and say that your enforcement of the germane requirement on public testimony, while technically proper in some contexts, I think you take it too far, and I think you selectively use that in order to steer things away. Ms. McAdams should be probably under investigation right now. And I think that this committee needs to be able to follow up on the matters that's been presented to it before. Otherwise, there's no way there's no way for us as people involved in this election to have any confidence in this process. So again, I'm very frustrated. I'm tired of crimes being committed on this committee, and it seems like no one cares. It seems like no one's doing anything. And I say no one, that's not true. There are commissioners that are working very hard, but they're being stymied by some very corrupt establishment interests. And sir, I just really hope you pay attention and just be neutral. Take the points of order. Listen to their concerns. Stop taking their points of order as personal attacks on you. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer, followed by Jean Lampkin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is pertaining to unfinished business. There's definitely a conflict of interest here for Claire McAdam to write this about the pig report, which she was on, because the commission has voted many times. January 7th, motion to hand count the Hawaii County ballots passed. Motion to amend the motion to hand count the ballots, return envelopes, passed. Motion to have Commissioner Cam and Commissioner Sabas oversee the audit of Hawaii County, passed. There's other missing items from this unfinished business as we were talking about, because all of this pertains to the Deputy Attorney General talking about his opinion and wanting it in writing, and that is also not here, as we were already discussing. This is unfinished. This motion passed to include this stuff. Motion that Scott Nago designate the Election Commission as an interested party, 311, passed. Has he done that yet? Motion to amend the motion that Scott Nago designate the Election Commission as an interested party, passed. Motion that the Office of Election immediately publish an advertisement for the anticipated Election Commission chair vacancy, passed. Motion to request that Scott Nago and a team of observers conduct a hand count of the Hawaii election ballot return envelopes, passed. Motion that the Election Commission direct the Chief Election Officer to prepare and amend the HAVA state plan that fully complies with all current HAVA requirements, passed. These are very important issues, and they're being pushed under the rug. Like, the people keep telling you what we want. We do not care if the legislature or the auditors on Hawaii County want to have this recount. The people have spoken, and the commission has passed it. So what we're demanding, we're not asking, we're demanding that you comply with the will of the people. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next testifier is Jean Lampkin, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Mr.
Good morning,
Lampkin.
everyone. Can
Morning.
you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gene Lampkin. I'm a resident of Hawaii Island in the Puna District. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. Past meetings and the pig reports have proven, or at least provided enough evidence to conclude a pattern of ballot chain of custody mishandling. What I'm asking is the commissioners and everyone here testifying to demand a hand count, hand recounting of the 2020 and 2024 envelopes and ballots. This must be done before the end of the 22-month period where ballots are destroyed afterwards. Hand counting is a minor expense to ensure we have fair and honest elections going in the future. We understand that elections do not guarantee the candidate of our choice, but fair and honest elections will guarantee who we voted for, and that's the most important part. A broken election system will certainly be more costly for us when we don't get the candidate that we expected we voted for. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Lampkin.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Hello guys, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back. So let's talk about unfinished business because I agree with Ralph and things are screwy. You did not put the minutes in that I wrote for the DOJ files because I did call the DOJ. I did send them. I also called the Honolulu Police Commissioners. I resent them everything I sent you guys. So the same email has a copy of every single law you're breaking. Maui, Honolulu, especially because there's no chain of custody. It's not on the agenda. And when you read the stinking letters, the first one, Nadine Nakamura, it says, Chair Curtis, you have to contact them by March 31st. That's POW. That is yesterday in order to get the resolution. Now we go to the next letter. The Claire McAdams. She's saying that she can't do it because they're not independent and it's not going to work. So you're telling us in English that you guys can't do jack in a crack. So what the hell are we on this meeting for? If you can't finish the business, that's unfinished. And Ralph is correct. We're supposed to be addressing all these issues and the lawsuits so we can actually have a fair election so future generations can run for office and feel confident in our system. Right now, it's currently broken. It's cheating. It's federal fraud, and there's state crimes being currently applied right now, and you're all letting it slide. Just like how Donald Trump just bombs the war and kills everybody, you're all letting it go. Just because he says it's okay, you guys do it. That is not okay. There's still crime going on, fraud going on, and you guys, I'm not okay with it. I'm definitely not okay with it. There's something definitely wrong, and the only way I'm seeing is to sue everybody, take it out personally for everyone who's doing the conflict of interest, like we heard about Sabas, who's the paid lobbyist working for Carl Smith Ball, and now he's there for policy making inside the election.
Let's talk about
this is all
unfinished
corrupt.
business, not people.
What's not even on there? And that's why we're trying to address these issues. If you only want to talk about the corruption, oh, you guys can't do anything. You broke Boto, broke nothing. You cannot fix anything, and you guys are wasting our time. How about that? Boom, pow. Next person.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Sean B.
Good morning. My name's Michelle Stefanik. I'm speaking today regarding the two letters included in the meeting packet and what that means for the commission's ability to carry out its responsibilities. First, regarding the funding letter from Nadine Nakamura, this letter highlights that the commission's ability to move forward with an audit may depend on external funding decisions. I understand that funding is outside of the commission's direct control. However, I want to note for the record that many individuals have already come forward offering to volunteer their time to assist with an audit at no additional cost. Many of these individuals have prior experience as election observers, poll workers, and others familiar with election procedures. Additionally, there was a motion that was passed that said that we have commissioners who would oversee that. So while funding is a factor, there appears to be practical options available that would allow an audit to still move forward as it has been passed many times. Given that, I would ask the commission to clarify how it intends to proceed when both an identified concern and a potential path forward exists. Second, I want to address the letter from Claire McAdams. At the time the issues were being reviewed, she was serving in two roles, both as the county auditor and as a member of this commission, including participating in a permitted interaction group that reviewed these same concerns. During that time, she stated multiple times that there was no conflict of interest and willingly participated in researching or reaching the conclusion that the alleged allegations were without merit. Now, in her role as county auditor, she is declining to conduct an audit, stating that because of her prior involvement and conclusion, she would not be able to do so in a neutral or unbiased way. That creates a clear question. If there was no conflict of interest at the time she was reviewing and researching conclusions on these issues, why does that same involvement now prevent further review due to concerns about impartiality or independence and would violate government auditing standards? I'm not making accusations. I'm asking for consistency in how these situations are evaluated, because from a public perspective, it is difficult to understand how the same involvement can be considered appropriate at one stage, but disqualifying at another, especially when the determination directly affects how or whether the audit can move forward. Finally, I would encourage the commission to take a broader look at how conflict of interests are identified, disclosed, addressed, and move forward with how that is, because we have some other current conflict of interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Sean B., followed by Aloha Lani Hope.
You're muted, Sean.
Thank you.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
Chair Curtis, for hearing my testimony on why an audit of Hawaii County would not be justified. I've worked through 4 election cycles in Hawaii County, including at the counting center where envelopes are opened and ballots are counted. Based on my direct observations and experience as an election worker, I can tell you that Commissioner Cushing's conspiracy about extra ballots or votes being introduced during counting is impossible. There are Hawaii administrative rules and Hawaii revised statutes regarding over and under counts of ballots at the counting center. And they've existed for decades. They're one of the most basic checks and balances on voting. And that's what determines if we have recounts or if elections are challenged within the challenge period. In every election I've been a part of, the county and the state officials open the envelopes and then they reconcile those ballot counts on a precinct by precinct basis. It would be immediately apparent if the counts were off, even by 1 ballot, and the entire process is witnessed by observers from all the political parties that are present. Again, at the end of election night, the per precinct, the daily, and the total envelopes and ballots and votes are reconciled between the county and the state numbers before reports are issued to the public. And again, 5 business days after election day, after all the ballots that can be cured and signatures that can be cured have been added, those numbers are again reconciled. And again, with observers from all political parties. So there's no point in that process at which 19,000 extra ballots could be inserted. It would be immediately obvious, not just to the county and the state, but to all the volunteers and all the political observers that are watching the process. I feel like there's a lack of a basic understanding of how elections are conducted in Hawaii, and that because the commission, certain members of the commission are ignorant of how elections are conducted and what the safeguards are, that this whole thing has been allowed to fester way longer than it should have. I would recommend that the commission learn how elections actually work, including all the checks and balances that exist, before embarrassing themselves further on making allegations that it cannot possibly be true. It's my further recommendation that the commission recommend to legislature that all future commission appointees have actual election experience in the conduct of elections in Hawaii, so they don't make baseless allegations. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean?
The next testifier is Aloha Lani Hope, followed by Monique.
Mute. Aloha again, folks. I'm running for office. Can you hear me?
Does this have to do with unfinished business?
Yes, because it says under your unfinished business, Chair, correspondence regarding, oh my goodness. Now it's all bus.
An audit of Hawaii County.
Yeah. So in that audit, sir, me running for OHA, it would determine whether I got those votes from potential missing, stolen, destroyed, Chair Curtis. And we have banners here on our island for the people to know that we've got a problem with the Election Commission department, as well as the election Pearl City Scott Nago. He needs to be fired, and you, sir, are not following Robert's Rules of Order. Please do so. I'm a little concerned about running for office because you're going to cheat my votes as well. God bless Hawaii. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Monique, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for having me testify. My name is Monique Pereira. I'm also a candidate in the last election and in this election. As candidates, we spend a lot of money running for office, a lot of time, and we are seriously concerned about what is happening in our elections. The fact that Ms. McAdams was even a commissioner, all of a sudden she finds that it's a conflict of interest to audit, but she didn't find it a conflict of interest to be on this commission. Many failures going on with this commission. I have been on all of these meetings watching, and all these testifiers put in so much thought into and what they say, and I agree with most of them. I just have to say that we have to fix this process. We need fair elections in Hawaii, or else we are just going to go down the drain. I urge you to fix this problem. You have your constituents of this state begging for answers, and you guys refuse over and over again. And all we see is like a complicity to just continue to just overlook it. It's like you're spinning our wheels on purpose. You want to keep us busy in these meetings that does nothing. We really need to fix this problem. And I think it starts with leadership and getting rid of it from the top and cleaning everything out. And I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Jamie Detweiler, testifying. I wasn't planning on testifying on this section, item number 4. I'm waiting for item number 5. But I have to say something because I want to again address decorum, Chair. The last the testifier before Monique, Mr. Sean, saying that a commissioner is ignorant, that should have been stopped immediately. Where is the decorum? Chair, it is very obvious. You let certain testifiers go on and on. I'm talking about unfinished business. I have brought up decorum
when you're criticizing another testifier. Don't criticize another testifier, please.
What you just did, you allowed that testifier to criticize a commissioner. That should have been stopped. He should have been stopped in his footsteps.
Thank you. I'm stopping you in yours now. Please talk about the issues, not the people.
Okay, unfinished business. I just love what Jennifer did. She summarized all of the unfinished business to the T. When are those items that were properly motioned and passed by the commission, when are those items that Jennifer cited and Commissioner Cushney cited earlier, when are they going to be put on the unfinished agenda? That's what I have to say about unfinished business. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian.
Good morning. Can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry I'm dressed like this. I'm headed down to Wailoa to continue with the community help. As far as unfinished, I was not going to testify either, but I'm hearing a lot of mixed match testimony. And all I'm going to say about unfinished business, Claire McAdams was in violation. It was a conflict of interest. Everything she's voted on while she was a commissioner should be overturned because her vote should not count because she was in direct conflict of interest. Number one. Number two, what I would like to see with unfinished business, is that we have all unfinished business put onto the agenda. We cannot pick and choose what we have on there because this is for the people. This is not about a commission. This is not about the politics. This is about the people. And we need to get this done, honestly, people, because everyone who comes on here month after month after month, like myself, even multitasking, trying to get on here so that we can say our piece for the people. The people's voices are being shunned. It's being quieted by 9 members. And I say 9 members because I don't want to pick on any individual, as it was just stated to Miss Jamie Detweiler, which is untrue, by the way. But what we need to do is we just need to get back to doing what's right for the people. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Keone Payton.
Mr. Medeiros.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. Just got into this meeting. But yeah. Oh man, you got a lot of things to talk about, huh? Like Claire McAdams, huh? Like, so if that's the case, because we've been saying it, you know, me from the Big Island, we've been saying that she wasn't supposed to be there. At the same time, oh sorry about the camera, guys. I'll turn them off. At the same time, though, we have to look what's Florida. So right now we have a few people in seat that has conflict of interest with this commission that is only being there to set us up for the future to fail. And that would be Sabas, Osterkamp, right?
Are we talking about the agenda item of
We
unfinished business?
we sure are, Mr. Curtis. We sure
Please,
are.
please don't mention individuals. Talk about
I
the
got
facts.
to, so that everybody know that they have a conflict of interest with moving forward.
That's not part of this agenda item.
Well, this agenda item, we got to be concerned to move forward, right, Mr. Curtis? Because the fact that you're not going to be here. So one of those guys take your place, we're screwed. Okay? This is where I see that this whole thing, the state of Hawaii cannot. Claire McAdams is just one part of it. The bigger part of that is this commission will not be ever able to audit the county. Like I've been saying, the county is king. The jurisdiction is above the state of Hawaii. Just put our county elections back in our county's hands so we don't have to deal with this kind of corruption. Okay, like, hey, there's no way the county is going to okay an entity, an illegal government, right? An entity that's not supposed to be here to go in and audit their paperwork. That's not going to ever happen. So this meetings that we're having, going back and forth, oh, audit this, audit that, it's a waste of our time. Let's address the real problems. But if you guys want this commission to move forward, then we need to remove the guys that is on there right now that is going to stop us from moving forward. Claire McAdams, she was one of that persons. That letter, just read the letter. It was part of the plan. Put her here. Oh, once you start talking about it, get her out. She resigned, and then look now. She cannot do them because she has a conflict of interest, although she said before that she has no conflict of interest. So like the testifier before me said, all her votes that she had put in now has to be eliminated, and everything that didn't pass the motions should be passed. Thank you, Ayo.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Keone Payton.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up? How was your I heard they had some protests for you just this past weekend, huh? A couple days ago. Is that true?
Not me.
Yeah. It said no kings, no dictators. I believe they're talking about you. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, let's get this started. So, like we brought up Claire McAdams and her conflict of interest. Now let's talk about Osterkamp's conflict of interest. Let's talk about Sabas' No, because I'm the one that brought up Claire McAdams' conflict of interest.
Unfinished business. If you talk about
this
people,
is unfinished business.
Like I say,
and then after we get done with this, it's going to be unfinished business again. But the unfinished business is going to be on Jeffrey Osterkamp and Sabas. Then we're going to move on to Ching.
Thank you.
What you mean, thank you? What you mean, thank you?
Wow.
No, I have time.
If you talk about the unfinished business, if you talk about people, again, like I said,
it is conflict of interest. HRS Chapter 84. That's what I'm talking about. The key provision is HRS 84-14, conflict of interest. Now we have a new conflict of interest because the old one stepped out. The old one's Claire McAdams.
Next testifier, please.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. The remaining raised hands have already provided testimony.
Thank you. Regarding Claire McAdams, she resigned as soon as she received the appointment as auditor. I'd like to suggest a possible solution to her response. I would like to ask for an audit of specifically a count of the return envelopes from the USPS, as well as the USPS receipts. That's what I discerned was the essential metric that we were asking for with our audit. The number of envelopes that were returned and the USPS reporting of those. If I'm mistaken on that, please correct me.
Could you
Ralph.
repeat that, Chair?
I suggest that we ask Claire McAdam to count.
Sorry,
the
Chair, point of
envelopes.
order.
Yes, sir.
I know since we have some extra time, can we, those testifiers that were having their hands raised and they already testified, can we please see if they wanted to add additional commentary first before we close public testimony? Which you haven't done yet.
Thank you. No, in the interest of time, I'd like to move on with the agenda to where the commissioners can discuss.
This is our shortest agenda. I feel like we should give them opportunity to add secondary
I'm trying
commentary.
to save
Chair.
time for your pig report, Dylan.
I understand.
Let's do that. No, I'm not gonna add testimony. So, like I said, Claire McAdam resigned as soon as she was appointed, resigned from the commission as soon as she was appointed auditor.
That's not true.
My suggestion was specifically, I discerned that the audit would be the count of envelopes received from the United States Post Office and the United States Post Office report. If that's the audit we're asking about, let's ask specifically for those metrics from Claire McAdam, who may be able to accomplish that for us, unless there were more metrics that you were looking for in that audit. Lindsay.
Yeah, that was not the whole thing. It's partly the envelopes that came through the post office, but also the ones that were picked up from the drop boxes.
So an audit of the envelopes from the post office and the Dropbox envelopes. And what were you going to compare those to? Because I was comparing those. You were talking about the USPS reports and the billings from the United States Post Office.
Right. Our motion to our efforts to audit went back further than this discussion about the barcodes on the business reply envelopes. Our intent was to count all the envelopes from Hawaii County that came that were not in-person voting. And that hasn't changed. You know, we've tried to, we've asked the legislature to do it. They said no. We've asked the state auditor to do it. He said no. We've asked the county auditors to do it. They've said no. We've asked if we can do it. We've asked the Office of Elections to do it. It hasn't changed. It's the envelopes from the 2024 general election in Hawaii County.
So you're asking for a count of all the envelopes returned, ballot return envelopes, yeah?
Yes.
That's a simple enough
that hasn't
task.
changed.
I think if we reduce our request to Ms. McAdam, that I think we can get that pushed through. I'm not sure. Any other comments?
Yes,
Ms.
sure.
Papalimo, you're muted. You're muted, Ms. Papalimo.
Yes.
You're still muted. Yeah, there you go.
Unmuted.
Thank you.
A neighbor has loud music, and so that's why I'm muted. Let me speak to what you just mentioned. She's already said that she is biased and is unable to do the audit. Going back to her after this letter, I think is foolish. In her position in the auditor's office, she should have never even been on the pig. Whether the pig is even a pig, since I took my name off of it, it didn't constitute 3 members. So I have a problem with that also. But John Hendrick from the county clerk has stated that he gave us all of the USPS receipts that the county received. And he wrote a letter to that effect. And so the problem is that cannot all be true, because what we've counted from the receipts does not equal what we have received. And so if they've already given us everything, to go back and audit just that doesn't make any sense. We've already voted to audit the envelopes. It's simple. It doesn't have to cost any money. And the only person who has to give us permission is Scott Nagel. That's it. He's the only one. This isn't a big Claire Adams County thing. Scott Nagel can say, yes, we're going to audit, we're going to count the envelopes, and we're done. And he won't. He has refused to do that. He has refused to name the commission as an interested party. He has not allowed the clerk to do it, which specifically says a clerk can, or him. And Keone is very, very right. And I said this 3 years ago. The only power the commission has is to hire and fire the chief elections officer. Everything else is a recommendation. And Scott Nagel has publicly stated that he does not have to listen to the commission's concerns. He said that in a finance committee that I was there at when he was testifying. So we are wasting everybody's time. Either Scott Nagel will allow this to happen or he won't. When he says he wouldn't or he refused to answer, we're done. We're done. And this is what I'm trying to get people to understand. Our power is removing the chief elections officer and putting someone in place who sees the concerns of the people and wants to alleviate those concerns. If there's nothing wrong, there's no reason not to do it.
I would ask for Scott to respond.
This is my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Papalimo. I would ask for Scott to respond to that. Scott Nagel?
So, Chair, what I said last meeting was we don't have the authority to crack those ballots open within the 22 months. We would do it after the 22 months, and that's what I said.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, Chair. That's not true. Scott Nagel has the authority to count envelopes. And if he's going to hide behind this, it's exactly what Kahealani is saying. So the question is, all of these records came from a records request. I requested the chain of custody documentations from the counties. Those records are what we're looking at. That's what the county gave to us. And then we requested the BRM receipts. So why don't the Dropbox collections plus this business reply mail receipts equal the number of ballots that were counted by the state? So those receipts equal 57,000 ballots. The state reported counting 76,000 ballots. And to Sean, the testifier that said these are conspiracy theories, all we're doing is comparing the county's records to the state records. And those two numbers, the only thing lawful that can happen is that the number of envelopes can be reduced because they don't pass signature verification. There's more than one ballot in the envelope. There's no ballots in the envelope, or it's the wrong ballot in the envelope. The only thing that can happen is that there are less ballots than envelopes. We have 19,000 more ballots than envelopes, and we want to count the envelopes to figure out what the discrepancy is. Very simple. And for Mr. Nagel to get up here and tell us that the retention period designed to preserve records in case there is a discrepancy, and then therefore you can audit the records before they're destroyed, is the reason that he can't open them, is ludicrous.
Yes.
The law, the 22-month rule, is set up so that you can audit the records before they're destroyed. So Mr. Nagel is clearly lying to the commission. And what's the commission going to do about it? And I completely agree with Kahealani that we need to remove Scott Nagel and we need to get somebody who's going to address the concerns, because we are just advice and we're wasting everybody's time. So we need to get somebody that, what is the jeopardy of counting the uploads? What is the legal jeopardy of that? Can somebody explain that to me?
Lindsay, you're up next.
Okay. I raised my hand because I wanted to ask you about what you proposed. There's no way to count the envelopes that came through the post office without also counting the ones that came from the drop boxes, because they're all mixed up.
Okay.
So it's, those things go together. But I wanted to address the unfinished business. If
Okay.
you look at the motions that were made just at the last meeting, at the March meeting, the ones that were not like immediately implemented, there's a number of them just from the last meeting that do not appear on this agenda. So if we did move, it was carried to put unfinished business on the agenda, and yet there's only 2 items there. And we've already discussed Ching's written opinion. That was passed at the March meeting, yet it didn't happen. But also there was naming the Elections Commission as a designated representative. Nothing happened there. Asking NAGO to prepare a HAVA plan that's in compliance. There's no follow-up on that. So there's, what I think should happen is that you or the staff or both of you in combination, you look over what happened at the last meeting, you see what things were not immediately resolved, and you put them on the agenda for follow-up. And if someone wants to say there's no report, then there's no report. But otherwise, if it's not there at all, then our collective memory disappears. And so it seems like it's just a simple administrative matter, and we've talked ad nauseum about it. So let's just
Understand. I'll work on that better with the
Okay.
staff.
All right, fine. And then since unfinished business includes, Claire McAdams' letter, could you explain, you just asserted that as soon as she became county auditor, she resigned from her position. I did not know that. I know she is the county auditor now. I don't know what her position was prior to that. Was she not in the county auditor's office? Was she the second in command? What was her job prior to being named county auditor?
I don't know.
You don't know anything?
I knew that she was an attorney with the county. I don't know what her position was.
I see. Okay. Well, that would be good to know, because
Sure, are you sure? Did you mean to say attorney?
Didn't I say attorney?
Yeah.
is she an accountant?
She might have been corp counsel. I don't know. Corporation counsel to provide legal advice to the county council, et cetera.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either for sure.
Okay. Well,
So let's get the meeting back on track. Let's go back to what you were saying. What do you propose to have Claire McAdam do?
I was hoping to get more specific the way Lindsay was on the metrics that we were going to audit. And I think giving her that guidance would make it easier for her to acquiesce to our request if we had the specific, like the number of ballot return envelopes count, both the USPS and the drop box, and then compare that with the number of ballots. Some of the ballots were perhaps voted in person where there was no envelope involved, where they walked in.
Those numbers are not being discussed. The numbers we're talking about is simply mail-in voting. We're not disputing the
mail-in and drop box.
We're not disputing the drop box numbers. We're only discussing mail-in voting numbers. They had 7,000 in person votes, and we're not disputing those numbers. Only the mail-in. So
Wait,
Claire,
Ralph, I think you misspoke.
Lindsay's information was contrary to that. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Lindsay.
I think you misspoke, Ralph. You said we're not disputing the Dropbox numbers.
we're not disputing the walk-in numbers.
That's what I thought you meant. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Sabas.
I want to shift gears a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
No, let's stay on the subject. We're
Mr.
not done.
Sabas has the floor.
On unfinished business, on Speaker Nakamura's letter, may I? She references and recommends some of the approaches that we could have considered at the legislature. And if I recall correctly, back in December, we had asked Representative Shimizu if he could help us at the legislature.
Point of order, Chair. We're not done discussing Claire McAdams stuff. And now we're switching the subject. Let's stick on one subject at a time.
It's under unfinished business.
Mr.
and I asked
Sabas,
if I could.
Mr. Sabas has the floor.
There was two letters.
Mr.
So
Sabas has the floor.
Which one are we going to discuss
You're
first?
out of order. Mr. Sabas has the floor.
So simply put, I'd like to add to unfinished business for our next meeting, Mr. Chair, a report from Representative Shimizu as to what it is that he was able to do at the ledge for us.
Okay.
He said he would assist us, and I haven't heard anything. I don't think any of us have heard anything. So it's a simple thing, Ralph. I'm sure, Ralph, you could deal with that, can you?
Okay, Ralph, you're up.
You're okay, Ralph?
Let's stick to.
Are you okay, Ralph?
Okay, so let's talk about Mr. Sabas's conflict of interest. He's
No.
a paid lobbyist.
No, we're not talking
Ralph.
about Mr.
He's a paid
Sabas'
lobbyist.
conflict of interest.
So-
Come
We're
on,
talking
Ralph, stay
about
on the agenda.
unfinished
protecting the
business.
system
You
that
were
he
talking
gets-
about the
Stay
audit
on the
on Big
agenda,
Island.
Ralph.
So which subject are we going to talk about? Let's talk about one at a time, and let's take it. We're not switching back and forth. Let's pick
Ralph,
one.
you're acting like you're the
What
chair.
are we-
You're not the
Wait,
chairman, Ralph.
wait. Ralph, you were talking about the audit. What would you like to add to that?
Okay, can we just stick on this subject till we get done?
Well, stick to it and let's talk about it. What about that audit?
Okay, so all Claire McAdam can find from her end is she can get the receipts from the post office. All the envelopes are in Scott Nago's possession, and we've asked him to count it, and he's refusing to count it. So we can ask Claire McAdam to get all the invoices from the post office for the election. That's all she's going to be able to accomplish. So, and then we've already asked Mr. Nago to count the envelopes. He's refusing to. The law provides a mechanism. He is able to open those envelopes and unseal those and count them. So if you want to, back to what your point was, let's specify to Claire McAdam to have her get all of the invoices together. Maybe the post office forgot to bill them. Go after the post office and get those receipts. So why shouldn't the Dropbox collection records plus the mail receipts equal the number of ballots counted? That's a simple.
So what is your motion?
What's
I'm
that?
sorry, Mr. Apana, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to ask Director Nago, how far are we from 22 months?
Scott Nago.
The 22 months.
How can we count those envelopes?
The 22 months would be
October.
September.
Well,
Okay, that's a
between
few
the
months
primary-
away.
It'll be between
It's
the primary and general election. So like I said, that's when we're in the midst of the general election. So
Okay, now I'm going to put you on the spot. You said after 22 months, we can open this thing. You feel comfortable allowing us to go in? Or we're going to wait 22 months and the answer is I'm going to wait 2 months more to destroy everything.
no, like I said, like we did it with the last audit from the 2022 election.
Okay.
Because you guys asked us to do this, we wouldn't destroy it.
Okay. So anytime after October, we're fine.
Yes, but you
Is
gotta
that what I'm
understand.
hearing?
You gotta understand that we're in the midst of the general election for
No,
2020.
I understand that. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
but you
Legally-
understand clearly, do not destroy these things.
Oh yeah, no, I would not destroy those things.
If that happens, we will destroy you basically.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I understand. I
you're on
understand that.
notice, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got that.
Okay,
Thank you very
I
much.
have a
Mr.
question
Chair.
for Mr. Nago. Scott, can you get into those ballots before the 22 months?
No,
You
That's-
can't get in there either?
no. That's what also Deputy AG Ching said.
Okay, just checking for clarification.
Chair,
Thank
may I
you.
continue?
Hannah, yes, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, thank you, Mr. Nago. I'm done. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to take us down memory lane just a bit, especially for me. I have always been a pro audit. I wanted it as far away from us. So regardless of the results, we as commissioners don't fight about the results. And we try to stay away as far as we could, outside, county auditors, whatever. And it came down to where we have to do it in 22 months, which is October or thereafter, probably after the election. We asked the legislature for dollars. That was part of my job. And the answer was, you have a path to do it for free. Why would you want to waste taxpayers' money when these dollars could go into other areas of importance when you can do it among yourselves? Mr. Nago has just committed that he will do it because we request it. We will get our answers not tomorrow, but in 22 plus months. I'm okay with that. We waited this long. But to get the answers, we need every single envelopes that we can, wherever we can, the walk-in ballots, and match numbers to numbers and whatever else it takes to balance this thing if it's possible. And the chips fall where they fall. We short. We on target, and we deal with the results from then. But what is more important is working on the integrity of the elections moving forward, because it's going to happen very shortly, before the 22 months. We need to make sure, Mr. Nago, one of the things I found out was throughout the counties, there's no consistency, hard, fast consistency, how they do things. And I thought about it. How come we can't do it, be consistent? Then I thought about California. They must have 1 million counties, and they don't all do it the same. They just mail their ballots to the state to get the numbers for the governor, because every county has their own consultant or election company they hire, and together they make it happen. Hawaii, we're small, so we try to keep the same system because of it's cheaper if we do it in a group. And I think that allows us to have consistency throughout the state. So we really need to work with Mr. Nago and his staff to let them know what we need so that we can verify that the election is clean. 2 meetings ago, he started that. He said, we have done this, and this. I think we need to have him come out with a more detailed report, because there might be something missing that we really want to see. Right now, kind of piecemeal, and that would give the commissioners a chance to say, this is what we want election. Dylan kind of started it out. I'm not sure how practical or not practical it is. And that's the reason we need to work with Mr. Nago and his staff, because the counties are going to tell us, we don't work for you. Don't tell us what to do. And we have seen that time and time again. Yes, Mr. Nago works for us, and that is our hammer over the counties. It's consistency, so we as commissioners don't have to say, they do it A way, this guy do it B way, this guy does it C way. It makes our job so difficult. I think uniformity and being clear what we want is a solution to having a clean election. And Mr. Chairman, I'm off my soapbox, and you can have the mic back. Thank you.
Did you want to make a motion?
No, just my comments.
Just the comment that Scott Nago committed to.
Well, it's on tape. I'm going to use it against him if something bad happens.
Okay. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So in a previous meeting, we asked Scott Nago how do we verify the numbers that he's telling us? Because we have established that nothing is verifiable. And Mr. Osterkamp has said that he has debunked our report, but Mr. Osterkamp has not provided any chain of custody documentation. So we cannot verify the numbers that Scott Nago is telling us. And so we voted to count the envelopes so that we could verify those numbers. Now we're getting blocked by Deputy Attorney Ching, who supposedly works for the commission. And Nago is resting on that advice to not open the envelopes. So this renders our election unverifiable. We cannot verify anything that he told us in the last election. So as a commission under 11.8.5, we are supposed to have an observer program that allows the verification of the election. So what Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas are trying to do is run the clock out. And we need to figure this out now. What happened? Are there the envelopes? Mr. Nago has the authority to open those envelopes and count them. He's choosing not to. So are we as a commission going to remove Mr. Nago and get somebody who will and will provide verifiable elections? So Lizette, I'd like to ask Mr. Nago, how do we verify the election under the circumstances we are right now? So could you please ask us this chain of custody, how we verify anything?
We're not on chain of custody. We're on the audit of the Hawaii County.
Okay, so audit of Hawaii County, the county records showed that there were 57,000 ballots collected. The state records showed that there were 76,000 ballots collected. How do we as a commission rectify those things? How do we reconcile those two numbers?
We could start by not lying about those being county records. Those are the records that you personally obtained from the USPS, and you know that, and you are lying to the commission and to the people in the audience again and again and again. And
Point of order, Chair.
That is the problem.
Point of order, Chair. He's disparaging me. He's telling me I'm lying.
Wait. Thanks, Ralph.
Yeah.
Jeffrey has, you mentioned Jeffrey, he mentioned you.
Here, Ralph, and I want to shout at you.
Mr. Osterkamp, you still have the floor.
Yes. Again, for the umpteenth time, this is not a question of the county records. This is a one-man crusade by Commissioner Cushney to try to show that a discrepancy exists that does not exist. And we all know that. We know the emperor has no clothes, but we're pretending that this is a real issue. We're wasting everybody's time. We're creating conflict where none should exist.
Mr. Sabas.
Here, I have a comment.
Yes, Ralph.
Mr. Sabas has the floor.
Ralph, I wish you would stop drawing these conclusions and thinking that our intentions are anything other than honorable. We have heard what the Attorney General has said. We have heard what Mr. Nago has said. It's 22 months. So don't draw any other conclusions other than that, please.
Okay, so
Ralph, you got the floor.
I would like to speak.
Ralph has the floor.
I'm not done, Chair.
Ralph has the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Mr. Osterkamp just accused me of lying. I sent records requests to the county. The county gave me the receipts from the post office, okay? The county gave me their Dropbox collection records. I did not create any records. These are the records that I got through a UIPA request, and the county gave those to me. So if they have different records, why are they giving me those records?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon.
No, Chair, I'm not done, Chair.
You've had your 3 minutes. Dillon, you have the floor. Dillon.
Has Mr. Osterkamp.
Dillon has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to state for the record, going back to the actual agenda items, I think there is a real conflict with former Commissioner Claire McAdams now suggesting that we can't. I mean, listen, guys, the process has been, we went to the legislature asking them for the audit. They sent us to the county auditors. And then now the county auditor is the former commissioner saying that she can't do it because there's a conflict of interest there. We're stuck at a standstill. There's no way to verify our elections. If we wanted to conduct an audit, there's no way. We're being told there's no way to do it. So for me, a next step is to really elevate this to a federal level and get federal attention on this. If there's no way on the state level, we have passed multiple times to see a hand count audit take place for Hawaii County. And again, we're just going in circles being told, actually, you can't do it. There's a 22-month. And I just want to say, I found
our actions are appealable in the state or circuit and district court. Ms. Papalimo.
Great. I just want to also share that I found a DOJ guidance document on the 22-month rule that I sent to Raymond. So I hope he can forward that to the rest of the commissioners. And it can be included in our supplemental material, which explicitly states the duty to retain and preserve election records necessarily requires that election officials maintain the security and integrity of those records and their attendant chain of custody so that a complete and uncompromised record of federal elections can be reliably accessed and used in a federal investigation. And so in other words, the spirit of the 22-month law isn't to keep people out for 22 months. Are you suggesting that if someone was unduly elected because of what messed up counts, they would be in office for 22 months before an actual audit can be performed and the rightfully elected representative can be put in place? That is absurd, and I think we all know it. And so I don't know what else to do with the current unfinished business. I'm almost ready to get to our decision-making from our PIG report because there's a lot there to also discuss.
Make a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimo, you have the floor.
Yeah, I can't imagine that people are still thinking that Ralph conjured up numbers. The request was put in. The county clerk sent a letter saying he gave all the records he had. And I stop doing this. Really, stop doing this.
Thank you. Mr. Rapana.
Are you done?
Well, I wasn't, but I guess I am.
What? Chair, can she finish up?
Sure. What points do you have to make, Ms. Papalimo?
Well, I think the point is the point that I made earlier. And Dylan is correct. We have had 1, 2, 3 PIG reports. 2 of them have found inconsistencies.
3 of them.
3 of them. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 out of 4. And so I just don't know how we keep going back to there aren't any and we can't. Why don't we just check with the mayor of County of Hawaii? And say, hey, your auditor is saying there's a conflict of interest. Do you believe there's a conflict of interest in your office, in your county office, or can we do this? Or can you direct them to do this?
So we can address that to the mayor.
And I also want to push back on, we've heard from the Attorney General. We have not. We requested a written letter from the Attorney General, not the deputies, the Attorney General, and we've still never received that. That's never come down from the Attorney General in writing. That's right. And so stop. These are all opinions from Deputy Attorney General Ching. But nothing has come from the Attorney General of the state of Hawaii.
That's right.
And we requested that, and nothing has happened.
That's correct. Mr. Rapana.
I just want to make that clear.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I've been accused of dragging my feet by a fellow commissioner. I've been on this commission for less than a year, and in 7 months, we're going to open the ballots that we all been waiting for so we can put this issue to rest one way or the other. A commissioner that's accusing me of dragging my feet have been on this commission for nearly 5 years. And he has not been able to get a commitment from the director to open these ballots.
Issues.
So I say, if you want to see who's dragging their feet, look in the mirror.
We're not pointing fingers here, Ralph.
I said no names. I said no names.
Yes, Chair. So I move to refer this issue to the Department of Justice because they have authorization to open this up within 22 months.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
The state is not going to investigate itself. And as other commissioners have stated, if they're not going to, they're either going to run the clock out, or this is a way to get resolution to this matter. So I hope that we can all vote on this. If there's no issues, the DOJ is going to look at this and say, case closed, everything's fine with the election. So I hope everybody can vote yes on this so that we can prove that everything was above board. But we know that the county record showed that 57,000 ballots were collected. The state record shows that 76,000 ballots were counted, but we have no way to reconcile that because we're being stymied for 22 months. So I'm simply asking everybody to vote yes on this, and we'll put it to bed. If everything's good, it's good. And if it's not, we'll find out.
Mr. Apana. You're muted. You're still muted, Mr. Apana. You're muted. Apana's muted. There
Mr.
you
Chair,
go.
I'll
Yes,
be
sir.
voting no, and I'm going to tell you why. Like the Speaker of the House who came to the conclusion, do your work first before you ask someone else to do your job. I believe we will open those ballots and the envelopes and reconcile them or not. If there is something fishy there, next step. I believe the Fed's going to tell us, you can do it yourself, do your own work. And I never want someone else to do my job that I'm responsible for. And that is why I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, in response to that, I want to encourage our commissioners to vote yes on this. I feel like our commission has been doing our job. And again, at every turn, we're being told that we can't actually do it. And so, and we've even voted to have an independent audit take place, and that hasn't happened, right? So all these different avenues, we've tried every avenue. And this whole now situation where Claire McAdams is the county auditor, and we're being stopped from auditing the Hawaii County because has this conflict of interest. I mean, there's just this continual thing to overcome where we can't conduct an audit. And so for me, I'm voting yes, because again, I think it's absurd to also interpret the law as this 22-month seal where, you can't touch the ballots, you can't even audit. That would mean someone who's not supposed to be in office could be in office for 22 months. That it does not make sense to me. So I'm going to vote yes. I hope the other commissioners will join me in this. Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, you have your hand up. You're muted. There you go. Lindsay.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of timing. So if we, wait until 22 months and we're going to be close to the election, they're going to want a few months to deal with that. It's going to be 2027 before anything happens. Meanwhile, another election goes by. And yes, I agree with Mr. Apana that maybe we can influence the procedures and things that happen in the next election, but the air's not clear yet. I don't have great faith in the feds or think that they might be so timely and jump right in and figure it out in the next few months, but maybe they would. We have tried everything, as Dylan just said. We've gone, we've tried every route and been denied. And so why not? Let's ask for help. If they don't want to help, they'll say no. If they can't do it till next year, they'll let us know. But if somebody can get to the bottom of this sooner, prior to the next election, then I think we should pursue it. So I'll be voting yes.
Ralph, you had your hand up.
Yes, Chair. So all of these issues were brought up before the 2024 election, and to have chain of custody in place. And by waiting, we're in the same spot because all these issues happened in 2020 and 2022. And by waiting and waiting, nothing ever gets fixed. So I'm just asking the rest of the commissioners, vote yes on this and let's get speedy resolution. As Dylan said, you can't resolve this after somebody's been in office for 22 months. This needs to be resolved quickly. So I hope everybody can vote yes on this. And if you're going to vote no, please tell us why.
Can we take a roll call, please, I'm sorry, Mr. Sabas.
I've been a commissioner since October for 5 months. And I too have been accused of dragging my feet. And yet this very issue that we're talking about preceded my involvement, as well as some other new commissioners. I won't mention names. But I think in my effort to try and get the results that we're all asking for, including what I raised earlier of getting a report from Representative Sumizo as to his efforts at the legislature to help us get some support for an audit. I'm going to vote no. And this is something I hope that we can move on from and take on some of the more important business ahead of us and get ready for the next elections. This issue that's been dragging you guys, all of you that were here before I even came on board, let's put it behind us already. Let's move on. Enough. You can shake your head all you want, Dylan, but this is stuff you guys inherited and haven't resolved. So I'm not going to be voting for something like this. No.
Dylan.
Can I respond? Chair, I just, again, my goal here, why I'm encouraging commissioners to vote yes is, yes, it's been a long process. And yes, but it's not worth throwing away and saying, let's just put it behind us and move on. We've got to correct this. Look how many people are showing up to testify on all this. That would be an insult to them to say, let's not take our kuleana to make sure that what's in the past is actually corrected and we thoroughly vet all of it. Ole, we can't do it that way and just say, look ahead, right? We've got to look at the past and also look at the future. So I'm voting yes on this. Thank you, Chair.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. I don't know what's more important than having a verifiable election. We have a clear discrepancy. We have an opportunity to get it resolved right now. And by voting no against getting resolution is the problem. So I would hope everybody can vote yes to get resolution to this. What better way to prove that everything's fine by conducting an audit? You're blocking all the audits from happening. So we're asking the federal government to come in and audit this discrepancy. That's the best way to get resolution. So we can't afford to wait until October, which will turn into 2027. And we're going to have the same problem again, and we will have unverifiable elections. Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, did you have a new point to make?
I have a question for Dylan. Commissioner Adrian, is your pig still active?
No, a pig is completely
It will
dismembered
be until
after the readout.
Agenda item.
Okay. Because, and this was my thing.
No, I don't think that's true, Chair. I think a pig is dismembered right after the readout of the report.
That's correct.
So I have not been
I
in
believe
touch
so.
with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I just want to, sorry, I'll make a comment after.
Okay, the motion is to refer the audit to the Department of Justice. I'll ask for a roll call now.
Can I just make one more comment, Chair? I was
Sure.
reminded of a Hawaiian proverb, Ikava mamua, kava mahope, right? Our past is in the future. We have to look, it's looking at the past and looking at the future. You can't just dismiss everything in the past and say, let's move forward. And so, I want to urge all of our commissioners to vote yes on this.
Thank you, Dylan. I would ask for a roll call to refer this audit to the Department of Justice.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Papalimo?
Abstain with objection for now.
Okay.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No,
motion does not pass.
thank you. Can we move on to Dylan's pig report and ask for public testimony on item 5?
Chair, we're not done with the unfinished business.
What business do you have with that?
Okay, so part of the unfinished business is that we have the chair position opened up, okay? And we need to have discussions on how that position is going to be interviewed. And I believe people are sending in applications. Are you going to share that with the rest of the commission? And then you have stated that you have special powers and privileges, and it would be appropriate for the incoming chair to know what those powers and privileges are and how were they given to you. So there should be past meeting minutes or something to convey these special powers and privileges to you, so that the new chairs know what the rules are.
That'll be on next month's agenda.
When is next month?
I believe we received one application for chairmanship, and I believe the next committee meeting will be on May 6th. And we'll discuss
I'd like to make a
my
motion.
replacement.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair.
What's that motion?
So I move that the Elections Commission direct the chair to provide any written documentation, rule, or formal commission action that grants the chair the specific powers and privileges that you have asserted, and to distribute that documentation to all commissioners and post it on the website so the public can see. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So you have claimed these special powers and privileges. We just voted to follow Robert's Rules of Order. We have never seen any documentation of these rules and special privileges that you claim to have. So we would
you've been circulating these rules and laws in some of your letters. You should read some of your own letters.
Chair, do I have the floor?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, please
But
don't interrupt me.
your assertions are wrong.
Okay, so would you send the rules that allow you to, let's say, have attorney-client privilege with the attorney, to have redacted conversations with Raymond and Scott Nago? I want to see where that's written down that you can do these things, and you're filtering what comes to the commission and what doesn't. And so we need to see those rules in writing so that the next commissioner chair can have those. So I'm just asking to get the written rules that you reference and that gives you your special powers. Should be a simple yes for everybody. Thank you.
Was there a second to the motion?
Yes, Dylan did.
Additional discussion, Dylan.
Yeah, I just want to say I think this is something we can all get behind, because we should know what the rules of our own commission is, and as it relates to the chair, especially if we have a new chair coming in, we would want to pass that on to the new chair so that they understand what their special rights or privileges that this body has awarded them is.
As for a roll, I'm sorry, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah. I have wondered about this too, over the last couple meetings when Ralph has raised the question about privilege, and Mr. Ching has explained that as the chair, you have whatever he just said, special responsibilities and privileges, but where are they? In the HAR 3177453, there isn't anything about there isn't anything anywhere about special privileges for the chair of this commission or any commission. So if that's a rule, then let's find out about it.
Mr. Apana.
Yeah, my understanding, the chair um, are allowed, what you guys deeming special privileges, are things that the commissions allow them to do. You start off as just a member who conduct the meeting. If they wish you to do the agenda, that's the privilege the commissioners, well, I should say the duty, the commissioner, the body of commissioners say, Chair, you take care of this. I don't think your chair inherits anything like, I am the chair, therefore I can do this. It's what the commissioners, your fellow commissioners, have, I guess, bestowed upon you. So I don't think
that's right.
there's like a book of what chairs are guaranteed to get. I mean, I don't think, if that's what they're looking for, I don't think one exists.
Can I respond?
Mr. Sabas had his hand up first.
Again, I've been a commissioner for 5 months at best. And I find it very interesting that this issue is being raised now amongst you commissioners who have been commissioners way before I became a commissioner. Right now, at the tail end of our existing chair's term as chair. And I don't disagree that we need to have a better understanding of how we operate. I think, Ralph, you're correct. We need to have that. When do we get into that discussion, or if this motion that you're proposing will result in what we need to have accomplished? I'm not sure. But again, I find it very interesting that we've allowed, I include myself in this for the last 5 months, that you've allowed this to go on the way it has for all these months. But moving forward, I think it is something that we need to be clear on. And we need to have, better understanding of how we operate our meetings. And so, Robert's Rules of Order, I'm not a strong advocate for Robert's Rules of Order because I think the only person that really knows Robert's Rules of Order is Robert. Everybody else chimes in to argue that, hey, no, this says that, that says this. And that's probably part of why we have these confusion in our meetings and why these meetings go on so long. But I think we need to clean up our act. And that's probably why we're getting shunned and ignored by all of the people that we've gone to ask for help. It's because we lack the credibility. We are dysfunctional, folks. We need to clean up our act. Mahalo. That's all I heard for you, Dylan. Aloha.
Lindsay.
Okay.
Lindsay.
First of all, Mr. Sabas, I just want you to know I've been on the commission 2 months longer than you have been. And as you know, it takes a while to figure out how things work around here or don't work. But also, Mr. Apana, I don't agree that the chair's job is whatever we say it is. The chair's job is a chair's job is defined in Robert's Rules of Order, which I think passing that, adopting that is one of the best things we've done since I've been the 9 months that I have been on the commission. What we're referring to is what Mr. Ching said when when he was questioned about why was the chair having all these communications that we didn't know about, that we weren't privy to, that were then redacted, etc. Those were his words, not anything that we're making up, and it's happening now. So let's just find out if there are indeed special privileges and responsibilities that go with being the chair, aside from running the meeting and creating the agenda, things that are generally understood, then what are they?
Ralph.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so to Mr. Apana's point, I've been on since the chair's been chair, and we've never conveyed any of these special privileges to him. And so they're asserting things that they're making up. We just need to get them in writing, or we say there are no rules pertaining to that, and then we establish those rules. And so I would agree with that. So whatever you have in writing, let's get that in writing. And then let's move forward from there. Thank you.
Other discussion? Well, first of all, the foundation is the Robert's Rules of Order, and then there are Hawaii rules and laws regarding the open meetings and notices and other requirements that are imposed by state law and regulation. The foundation of it is the Robert's Rules of Order, but there are additional layers of requirements that are superior to Robert's Rules of Order. If we can get them in writing, that'd be great. But I think some of these are interpretations of the laws that you wouldn't agree with Mr. Ching's opinion. But
well, then
put on the floor is to get the documentation of the chair's authority in writing, with including the rules and laws that pertain. Ralph, you had something else?
Yes, the Attorney General is asserting that you can have attorney-client privilege with him. The laws state that the Board and Commission acts by majority vote. Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct says that the attorney represents the body as a whole, not any individual members. So if he's interpreting those different, then give us those in writing. And he has not done that. He gets on and tells us that he can have privileged conversations with you, but it's not written anywhere. The HRPC says that he represents the body, not any individuals. So that is very clear. So let's take a vote.
Ready for the vote? Take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Mr. Pana, you're muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now can we move on to the Dylan's report?
No, Chair.
Mr. Sabas.
Yeah. I want to go back to my earlier suggestion that we add to our next meeting a report from Representative Shimizu.
Shimizu.
Right.
Is there a second to the motion to request Shimizu's report?
I second.
Discussion.
I think it's invite to get him to let us know what's commenced since he's.
Yeah, let us know what he found out. Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Yes, Chair. I have just.
Sorry, Ralph.
Yeah, I just, in a previous meeting, another commissioner said that he was going to work magic by making these motions and that he had worked with the legislature before. And I was wondering if that commissioner has actually done anything to move that forward.
This is regarding Shimizu's report. Is the motion on the floor?
Yes. So this
has anybody heard
specifically
from
related
Mr.
to that.
Shimizu? That's the discussion right now.
Let's take a vote.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Woohoo.
Ray, could you approach Representative Shimizu and ask for feedback as he promised? Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll go ahead and create a letter similar to the ones that we've done in the past and send that to his office.
Thank you. Now can we get to Dylan's report?
No, Chair. I still have.
What you got, Ralph? You got a motion?
Yes, I do. I move to invite County Clerk John Henricks to the next meeting to answer questions related to the Big Island discrepancies.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So I think that Mr. Henricks could resolve a bunch of these issues and he can speak to the records that they provided to me. And this would be a very interesting dialogue on what Scott Nago has directed them to do and what their chain of custody procedures are, and why do we have this discrepancy. So we talk about these with these people not here, but I think it would be very helpful to have the county clerk here, and we can simply get to the bottom of these questions. And my biggest question is, did the county keep accurate records? And I would say that I would, you know, if they can stand by their records, say, hey, we counted this, we don't know where the state got their records from, that would be helpful, you know, but we're talking about things that we're getting secondhand information. Let's ask the clerk to come and answer direct questions, and then we won't have to assume things. So I think this should be an easy yes for everybody. Let's ask them to come and let's have a discussion on how these things happen. Thank you.
Other discussion, yes, Dylan.
I'll just say I want to vouch on the county clerk's behalf because he has been very cooperative. In my opinion, he's been very cooperative, and so has Kauai County's clerk when it comes to our questions from the PIG, being responsive with emails and with letters. So I don't think it hurts to just invite him to come and have the discussion with the commission. Whether he does that or not, is up to him. But in my opinion, he's been very cooperative.
Good. Other discussion. Entertain a roll call to invite Mr. Hendricks to our next meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion.
Sorry,
Aye.
Chair. Point of clarification. Is
Yes.
the motion to invite Mr. Hendricks to the next meeting, or does the motion specifically include a false reference to the term discrepancy? Because there's a big difference there. As our PIG report pointed out, there's not a quote unquote discrepancy, and that attempts to answer the question before it's even been asked.
That won't be a part of the invitation
Or the motion, right?
or the motion.
Okay.
Shall
Roll
we
call.
continue roll call? Okay.
Please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
motion passes.
Now, can we move on, Ralph?
I still have some questions. So,
You have a motion. I'd entertain a motion.
yeah, I moved to ask Scott Nago some questions.
Related to what? What specific questions are you going to ask him?
To Claire McAdams' response.
Scott, what's your response to Claire McAdams?
No. My question, I'm going to ask questions. So
let's ask him. Let's talk to Scott.
Let me ask the question that I want to ask.
Please.
It's related to so Claire McAdam referenced PIG 1, PIG 2, and PIG 3. And that you responded to PIG 1 and PIG 3, and PIG 2 debunked PIG 3. So my question to you, in your response to PIG number 1, you cited the Kauai County's BRM receipts as evidence of ballots collected. However, in the PIG 3, we're saying that BRM receipts don't matter. So what is the story on BRM receipts? Why is there a discrepancy with using those?
Because for the PIG 1 for the County of Kauai, all the BRM receipts were there. So we could use that and rely on that to get the accurate number. For the third PIG, I believe you're talking about, they were not all BRM receipts, so we couldn't use that to get an accurate number. And I believe the PIG said that that is not a method that we would normally use.
So why couldn't we use those to double check?
Because we didn't have a complete set.
So who would be able to get a complete set?
Only the account holder.
Okay, so that would be Mr. Hendricks when we bring him in, so we could ask him about that. So I got a question for you on HRS 1196. And it says records prima facie evidence means every record made pursuant to law by a board of registration of voters or the precinct officials shall be prima facie evidence of the facts set therein. So my question to you is the county, I asked for the county chain of custody documentation. What we're discussing is the records that they collected that I would assume would be prima facie evidence of the election. Am I misreading this law? So
that would be a question for your Deputy Attorney General.
So could we have Mr. Ching answer that question?
No, I think we're off the agenda here.
No, this is referencing Claire McAdams' letter response to us. And these items were brought up. So the prima facie evidence in the law says any records and logs that the counties collect in the process of the election is prima facie evidence. So you're discounting.
Was that in Claire's letter?
Yes, she's referencing the PIG reports, and I'm talking about the PIG reports and the prima facie evidence that was in the PIG reports. So
you're going two steps beyond her letter. Let's stick to her letter. And
I am referencing the letter. So this is an uncomfortable question.
You're going two steps beyond the letter.
This is an uncomfortable question for you because I'm asking why isn't the documentation that the county give to us prima facie evidence? So Mr. Ching, could you answer that question, please? It's HRS 11-96.
I'm not sure if I understand you. Are you asking whether the records that the county has on their elections applicable to this provision? I mean, I think I guess I'm trying to understand what your question is.
So HRS 1196, prima facie evidence means, it describes what prima facie evidence means. And it says that any record or log that the counties get in the course of the election is prima facie evidence, means it's on its face. So I'm wondering why we can't use the records that the county is giving us to establish that that's how many envelopes they collected.
Well, I think it says every record made pursuant to law by a board of registration of voters or the precinct officials shall be a prima facie evidence of the facts therein and set forth. So
so the precinct officials.
So I mean, without knowing, I guess specifically the source and who I don't, and also like the context of this, you know, of the applicability of this, all this falls under the conduct of the election. I can't answer you right now on what you're specifically asking.
So what is the purpose of the county collecting records? What is the purpose of the county having collection records?
I can't speak. I can't speak on the county's record retention or the purposes of it. I assume it's in their administration of the election to ensure that, you know, everything is collected. But I mean, I don't know how that relates to what they produce, whether or not that was part of their records for the election, whether it's part of, you know, their USPS records. Not having, you know, more information, I can't really.
Let's back up a step or two. Ralph, do you have a motion?
Yes. It was to ask Scott Nago questions.
That's not a motion.
You got beyond that with the Attorney General. So now, do you have a motion?
No, I have more questions. So
we need a motion. Without a motion, we'll move on to item 5.
Okay. Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 5 regarding discussion and decision-making relating to Commissioner Andreon's PIG report. The first testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to address Mr. Apano. And Mr. Opana, I understand your frustration. We're frustrated. I've been in these meetings longer than you have been in these meetings. But it would be irresponsible for you to say that nothing has gotten done. The reason nothing has gotten
We're
done
talking
is
about the permitted interaction group.
I'm talking to
We're
Mr.
trying to
Opana,
do
not
this.
you.
No.
Nothing has
You're
gotten
talking to
done
all of
is
us,
because they keep on
or
voting
you're
no.
talking about the agenda
Anytime
item, or
you're
you're not
impeding
talking.
investigation and an audit, and these certain group just
The
always say
permitted
no.
interaction
Now,
group is the
Claire,
agenda.
not
You can
Claire
talk about
McAdams, but
that. You
Barbara
can make
Dalton
your
is voting
point
no.
or be
Jeffrey
muted.
Osterkamp always votes no.
Sorry. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Hello guys, Pikachu Shelby here back. So regarding agenda number 5, I do want to shout out to Dylan, but just like Keone was saying, we're not addressing some of these issues. So I do want to support the PIC and all the work that they've done. However, you guys are breaking the law. So I'm going to finish what Keone was saying because I'm going to read the law like it says.
Regarding the permitted
84-14,
interaction group.
conflict of interest. Yes, regarding this report, Dylan doesn't have a conflict of interest, but you have other people in the commissioners that do, and they always vote no. So I'm just going to read the law to you guys so you understand 84-14, the conflict of interest you guys just agreed upon arguing with each other. 1, a
We're not
business
talking
or
about
other
arguing, we're talking
undertaking in
about
which
the
the employee
interaction
has a
group
substantial
report.
financial interest. That's to do with Sabas, who was for Carl Smith and Ball.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha. Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you. Aloha, Chair and members. I want to focus specifically on the findings in this PIG report. This report clearly states that counties did not provide documentation demonstrating compliance with ballot accounting requirements under HAR 3-177-453. It also states that there were no verifiable daily ballot counts and chain of custody documentation in incomplete and inconsistent across counties. This is an issue, especially after listening to the past 2 hours of concerned commissioners who have addressed that we're going to wait another 22 months from the fact that certification happened without verification. And it's really important to speak about this PIG report in regards to the fact that without these records, the Elections Commission nor any party can independently verify those numbers of ballots that have been counted. That's exactly why Mr. Cushney took it upon himself, since it's a concern of the commission, to act like they're not dragging their feet. And you have to write letters to representatives that many of us on the call today were actually on SB 2466 yesterday and got to be face to face with the representatives you seem to be concerned about writing a letter to. And we heard exactly what his response was. He is concerned. Speaking about Representative Shimizu, as Representative Garcia, he was concerned, as Representative Cochran was concerned, because they've reached out to county clerks and they haven't gotten responses because there's no data. So maybe there's some efficiency. If you go to capital.hawaii.gov, you'll be able to create an account, and there you can search for bills that would maybe help with your position on this board. So it's not speculation according to this PIG report. If the ballot totals can't be independently verified, then that raises a serious question about whether reconciliation requirements were fully satisfied prior to certification. The purpose of these laws is to ensure evidence of reconciliation, not just a claim that it occurred. Someone quoted earlier that because he said so, that it would be impossible. Well, there's laws and protocol, and that's why we have HAVA and NVRA. And the Chief Elections Officer has yet to show and prove that he has abided by and complied with NVRA and HAVA, which is both federal and state laws, that he's doing his job well. And unfortunately, he's received tens of millions, which you can fact check that, federal funds to do his job well. So why we would wait for another 2 to 3 months? And now we have this PIG report showing that now chain of custody is in question. Signature verification is now in question. We already know that there's unfinished business that's in question. This commission has one job and one job only. The Senate and the House can make it difficult as they want to, but Scott Nago needs to be removed. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Ms. Strom, you're muted.
Hi,
There you go.
thank you.
Thank you for hearing me. I just wanted to say I support the workings of the pig. I appreciate any shred of transparency we can get. Which brings to my next point, the irony of exhausted commissioners saying, oh, dragging on and on, let's change it. The reason it's dragging on, there's one reason and one reason only, resistance. Resistance from certain members of the commission. You know, if we had Scott Nago removed, which he should have been back at the first HAVA non-compliance, I don't know how long ago that was. This is ludicrous. He should have been fired at the first non-compliance. And a few others who keep bucking against the will of the people, you watch how fast things change. Just watch. It would be like lightning quick because everybody would be on board. All we're asking for is transparency. And to gaslight us, oh, you don't need that. Oh, we know what's best for you. That's the kind of globalist mentality that we're used to. You know, it's just the norm. But the thing is, there are agendas behind these agendas. And we're not ignorant to that as much as you'd like to play us like ignorant children. So yeah, we get a few people here. You know, you're supposed to be working for the will of the people, not the will of the whoever it is, your little puppet master. So it is. You're supposed to be working for us. So everybody either get on board or get off the train. Everybody gets on this. All we want is transparency. Give us that transparency and watch how fast things move. The only reason why are you pushing back against that? Then that implies you have something to hide. That's literally suspect. So I mean, it's pretty direct, you know, pretty black and white here. So you know, we're not stupid. Get on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to repeat this because there seems to be a misunderstanding of the differences between what was counted in Hawaii and the envelopes that were received. The question had been, you know, past tense, had been whether or not the post office had miscounted. You know, there's no records that they billed for this and whatever, right? So there was a question there, and that question was supposed to be answered by having a post office employee come and attend our meeting to verify how this is approached with the QBRMs. But that now has been verified that they do actually track those QRBMs.
Not
And I'm going to read it again. This is a direct quote from the USPS, okay? The intelligent mail barcode allows mail processing equipment to automatically count return mail pieces and transmit counts to USPS systems for reporting. So the idea is that there is a discrepancy, and the fact that Maui and Oahu do not even have records, and there's no reason why they shouldn't have these records, but they don't have these records. We don't even know how many discrepancies there are there, but we do know there's a discrepancy on the Big Island. So the pig report is pretty clear. The conclusion is that the election office isn't following the laws that are put on the books in order for us to be able to verify these elections. And we're not supposed to just trust. We can trust but verify. And if we can't verify, how in the hell can we trust? There's no way. This gaslighting is really disgusting. And I urge every person listening to this to file their own DOJ report, file a complaint about this commission and the way that the state is running the election, because we're not going to get anywhere. Obviously, it's like the wolf guarding the hen house here. That 22 months is to keep the records of an election is so that we can audit, and for the gaslighting to be said that this is so that they can't unseal them for 22 months. This is constant. This is the same thing that happened for, oh, now we're in an election season, so we can't possibly do that. We don't want the same thing to happen to this next election. This is very important. And I just think it's just really like a clown show. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Alohalani Hope.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, I just kind of want to address before I do my speech about the complete and utter lie that the Attorney General is saying and not putting in writing about the 22 months. That is a total gaslight that we can't audit the records for 22 months. That is a glaring lie to the people. The whole reason for the 22 months is so we can audit those records and they're not destroyed. So it's just disgusting that the Attorney General's office has resorted to how low this is to just blatantly lie about that. That's a federal law. And we all know the truth about that law. You're lying and you're thinking that we're going to accept it, and we're not. So anyway, I just had to say something about that. It's just ridiculous. But I'm here to enter into public record a grave concern regarding the conduct of the Chief Elections Officer and the certification of the 2024 election. An investigation by this very commission has confirmed that the 2024 election did not adhere to Hawaii Administrative Rule 3-177-453, a rule designed to ensure procedural integrity, proper documentation, and transparency in our electoral process. That rule carries the full force and effect of law. It is not discretionary. Despite this clear noncompliance, the Chief Election Officer proceeded to certify the election anyway. This act constitutes a violation of the officer's duty under both the Hawaii Revised Statutes and the administrative rules governing electoral conduct. Certification under known noncompliance is not simply an error in judgment. It is an unlawful affirmation of a process that failed to meet statutory requirements. Such an act undermines not only the law itself, but the public trust that legitimizes every result produced by the system. The election cannot be made valid by signature alone. When an official knowingly signs certification papers in contravention of established law, that is malfeasance in office and it cannot be ignored. Therefore, I respectfully but firmly call for the immediate termination of the Chief Election Officer. Continuing to employ an official who willfully disregards administrative law communicates to the public that compliance is optional and accountability non-existent. Our democracy depends on one simple truth. The law applies equally to everyone. Whether citizen or official, no one is above it. Upholding that principle today is not about partisanship. It is about preserving what little remains of public faith in our institutions and our elections. I urge this commission to take prompt and decisive action today. Terminate the officer's employment, terminate Scott Nago's employment, and demonstrate that Hawaii still has the courage to govern by law rather than by convenience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Aloha Lani Hope, followed by Tara Rojas.
Aloha Lani.
Yeah, running for David Tarnis's job. And so is another young lady from Waimea running for the same thing.
This is regarding the permitted interaction group.
Yes, and did you hear what that last lady testified, Chair?
Yes,
Get
ma'am.
rid of Nago, and he broke the law. And today, earlier, I told you I wrote every senator on the Judiciary Committee. He broke federal and state law. Therefore, get rid of him, or he's going to federal prison. Amen. Please, folks, don't let this go past. This is our state, our kingdom. In Jesus' holy names.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Ms. Rojas, you're muted. Tara Rojas, going once, you're muted. Going twice. Next.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Michael Guliuk.
Mr. Pasnick.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Hey, shout out to Brennan Cabral. Hope you're doing well, brother. Chair, commissioners, and Ray, I'd like to address a contradiction that cannot be reconciled. Not a theory, not speculation, not baseless. This is your own record. Four permitted action.
Per the permitted interaction group
I'm-
that we're discussing? Okay.
If I can continue.
Thank you,
four,
please.
Four permitted interaction group reports, 11 commissioners involved. And what do they collectively establish? Elections that are unverifiable, chain of custody that is incomplete or absent, ballot reconciliation that is not auditable, and records where the Supreme Court admitted it is unreasonable to infer that an envelope contains a ballot. So where do mail-in ballots come from? People are told no postal receipt validation, no ballot level traceability, no complete accounting from issuance to tabulation, just trust the SVRS, and then results are certified. Or are they? As the information from these four pigs unfolded, one pig member resigned after presenting, one pig member had a direct institutional conflict of interest, one pig member withdrew support, citing lack of inclusion in the process, and one pig chair, a practicing attorney, controlled the investigative scope and conclusions. Regardless, these reports stand as the Commission's official work product. So what do they reveal? The pigs reveal that even under fractured process, even with internal disagreement, the conclusion remains the same. Hawaii's elections cannot be independently verified. Fact. Now layer in the Commission's own actions. Refusal to investigate when first presented, delayed audit directives, obstruction through interpretation of the 22-month rule, and referral of the Commission and CEO to the Attorney General for malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance, with no resolution. Let the record reflect EC 25006 and OE 25140 as unfinished business. The people clearly see a system that cannot verify ballots, a commission that documents the failure, a referral for accountability that goes unanswered, and still the machinery of an unverifiable election continues. Now look behind me. Signed before lawful certification requirements were satisfied. This is not just procedural error. This is a breakdown of sequence of law and of public trust, because certification's not symbolic. It's not an administrative convenience. Under Hawaii law, it's a legal conclusion that all statutory requirements have been met. So I ask you again, just as I did in July of 2024, nearly 2 years ago, clearly, directly, and for the record, if the election is unverifiable, if the records required by law do not exist, if the process itself has been compromised, how is it possible to sign a certificate of election before the election was certified and without the records required by law? The commission once voted to have the DAG answer that question, then they rescinded it. And that fundamental question remains unanswered today. Without accountability of the CEO for that action, this commission remains a sham, and the people watching this proceeding know. I'd like to reclaim my time.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michael Goliak, followed by Inoka Shane Bingo.
Good afternoon, Michael Galoya Jr. He, him pronouns I'm president of Pride at Work Hawaii. I come here before you today. This about the pig that you're about to vote on or do whatever you're going to do with it. I ask you to dismiss it. It provides no documentation. It provides you, there's nothing there to back it up. You keep on hearing all these people talk about transparency. If they think this is what transparency looked like, it is a sham. That is not, this report already came with it from a commissioner who already had a pre-existing idea of what he wanted to find. And that is what his report does. There is nothing in this report that gives us any information to back up anything they're saying. It's like they just went into ChatGPT and said, write me a nasty report, give me what I want, and that's what we have before you. There's nothing in here. There's no documentation whatsoever in this report. I just find this abhorrent. And so I encourage you to just vote it down, throw it out, whatever it is there to do with it, put it to the wayside. And I do want to bring up one thing about a point of order that has happened. You've had several motions where the public was not allowed to testify on those motions. Also, those motions had nothing to do with what was on the agenda at the time. So I will be referring that to OIP for their review, because I believe any of the motions that passed do not actually meet muster when it comes to the Sunshine Law. That we, the public, should be able to know what you're going to be voting on, especially when it's not even germane to the subjects at hand that are on your agenda. These agendas are not set up for one commissioner to go on a hunting information spree just because they can't understand basic English and don't understand the law. And it's quite clear that there are a couple of commissioners on here that do not understand the law, do not bother to read the entire statute. Just because you read one line or one piece of it, you do not understand everything that goes into this. Pride at Work Hawaii has full faith in Scott Nago. In the work he has done and the work that his office does, and for him to be maligned in such a vicious manner today and almost every meeting by either testifiers or members of this commission is just unacceptable in our eyes. So we encourage you to dismiss this report, move forward, and actually get back to the business and making sure we're ready for the elections that are coming up. We're 4 months away from the primary elections, and you all are digging up things that had been put to bed a long time ago, and they would have been had people like some people causing commotions and digging up things that do have no basis in reality. So on that note, thank you for your time, and please get rid of this report. Mahalo.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane Bingo, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello, Commission. Before my time starts, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm testifying right now for Brennan Cabral, if we could bring him on.
Okay, there you go, Inoka.
Is he on?
He's on.
Okay. So, Mr. Cabral would like to say, when I was listening to the DAG's interpretation of the rules and the state and federal laws on how the audits are conducted and how he came to the conclusion that we have to wait 22 months to unseal the bins in order to audit under subsection I, the DAG's interpretation is completely misleading from the truth. There is no law that explicitly bans and says bins must stay closed for 22 months with zero access. What the DAG was referring to is a 22-month rule that comes from the federal law 52 USC 20701 and the Hawaii law HRS 11-154 that requires the ballots to be sealed and tightly controlled. So basically, the Office of Elections are merging a state statute and a federal law to make a faulty claim to justify keeping bins closed, and they think that we're so stupid that we can't see right through their lies. And we the people knew that Claire oh, sorry, that doesn't apply right now. At this point, you should just admit already about the mysterious 19,000 plus ballots and the other discrepancies for the rest of the islands. You already knew that you have authority to count the envelopes under HAR 3-177-757. And you knew that there was no basic physical inventory control. So if you have the envelopes, then why do we have to fight so hard for transparency? Because you're making it so obvious that you're hiding something, and you probably don't even have the envelopes. Then the only explanation for where these ballots come from is that they were added electronically. I'm over here fighting for my life every single day to stay alive, and I'm showing up to these meetings, fighting for we the people so that we can have fair elections. You got caught adding ballots in the 2024 election, Scott Nago. That's why you have the Deputy Attorney General right there protecting you and covering it up for you. This isn't rage bait to rile people up, nor is it a conspiracy theory. This is reality. Prove me wrong. That's the end of his testimony. I would like to also reclaim my time to give a testimony as well.
Okay, that's for Mr. Cabral. Could you give Mr. Bingo 3 minutes?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. The former testifier, Mr. Gulio, you sound drunk right now.
Wait. Talk about
You're
the
saying
permitted
that.
interaction
You're
group.
saying that I'd like to reclaim my time. You're saying that this one commissioner is not doing.
You're not talking on topic.
I'm giving my
talking
testimony.
about the pig. You can talk about the pig or not at all.
The previous testifier, this is relevant, Mr. Curtis. The previous testifier just stated that one commissioner is going on ChatGPT and making up, give me a bad, nasty report. No,
we're
sir.
not talking about that. We're talking about the pig. You continue, I'm muting you. Talk
If
about
he
the
got to
pig.
testify about it, I get to testify about it as.
Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Well,
Martin.
this is interesting. So I'd like to debunk some information and then respond to a personal dispersion. I don't know if it's personal, but
No, we're talking
it
about the
touches on me.
permitted interaction group. We're not talking about people.
Sir, you don't know what I'm about to say.
You're welcome to continue talking
Can you
about the
read my
permitted
mind right now,
interaction
sir?
group.
Can you read my mind right now, sir?
I
Do
can
you know what
listen.
I'm about
If
to
you're
say?
talking about the
Did I?
pig, you can continue.
I am. Sir, I would like to speak with my time without being interrupted. You keep interrupting commissioners and testifiers inappropriately. May I please have my 3 minutes back? You spent 30 seconds of my time.
If you're on topic.
Then listen to what I'm saying before you decide, unless you can read my mind. If so, then I'd like you to be my voice and speak my testimony for me. Can you read my mind, sir?
If you have one item on the permitted interaction
Then
group, you
reset
can
my
continue.
clock, please. I want my time.
Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Hi, I'm Michelle Stefanik. In regards to the PIG report presented at the last meeting by Commissioner Adrian and the findings that were presented, I understand that no action was taken at the last meeting due to procedural requirements. However, we're at a point now where action can be taken. So the question is no longer procedural. The question is, when is the commission going to act? And when is the audit going to be performed? Because this report before you does not describe minor or technical issues. Rather, it identifies documentation inconsistencies, missing or incomplete records, and an inability to independently reconcile ballot envelopes with ballots counted. It also confirms that there was reliance on internal systems rather than independently verifiable records. Hawaii law requires proper handling, accountability, and counting of ballots under HRS 11-93 and HRS 11-104. If records are inconsistent and counts cannot be independently verified, then there is no meaningful way to confirm that those requirements have been fully met. That is not a theoretical concern. That is exactly what this report is describing, and that is exactly why an audit is necessary. I also want to speak from a direct firsthand experience as an official observer. Hawaii law provides for election observers under HRS 11-77 so that the process can be observed and remain transparent. However, during the 2024 general election, I personally, as an observer, observed ballot boxes being brought into a polling location and then taken into a storage room where only the driver and a single poll worker was able to enter. An official observer was not allowed to go into the room. I wasn't, nor was anybody else. That means there was a portion of the process that was not observable. And when any part of the process cannot be observed, transparency is reduced and independent verification becomes impossible. Federal law 52 USC 20701 requires that election records must be preserved so that elections can be reviewed and verified. But records alone are not enough if the process itself cannot be observed and verified. And more broadly, Hawaii law emphasizes transparency in government under HRS Chapter 92. That principle should apply here as well. So when you combine the findings of this report with real gaps in documentation, lack of independent verification, and portions of the process that are not observable, the conclusion is straightforward. There is an issue that requires independent verification through an audit. So I will ask again, what is the commission going to do? When is the commission going to act on this report, and when will an audit be conducted? Because transparency is not optional, verification is not optional, and public confidence cannot be maintained without both. And one final thought, since Scott Nago is not following the law, blocking this audit, he must be removed. Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by a user identified as Just a Grandma.
Aloha, Chair and
Aloha, Jamie.
Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
I'd like to speak to the PIG report. An earlier comment was made that there was no evidence, no real evidence to be found in the PIG report. I want to direct everyone's attention on the PIG report to the section called Major Findings. Under the heading Major Findings, you will see the evidence. Additionally, look at the county totals and the state totals for Hawaii County. That's where you'll find the 19,000 ballot discrepancy. To start off, I'd like to say to the commission, please stop stonewalling the pending approved audit for Hawaii County as recommended by the PIG report. Certification of an election without validation and reconciliation of those ballot discrepancies are unacceptable. For these reasons, the chief elections officer must be held accountable. And if he cannot be accountable, then the commission should seriously consider termination of the chief elections officer. I too served as an official election observer for the 2024 primary and general election and had similar findings and experiences as the previous testifier. I'd like to remind the commission that under HAR 3-177-453, headed Accountability and Security of Ballots, the chief elections officer shall maintain a complete count of the marked sense ballots. All ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse. HAR 3-17761, Security of Ballots and Election Supplies, the procedure for ensuring the security of a container used to store the ballots, voter verifiable paper audit trails, vote data, storage media, and other sensitive election materials. During my time as an observer, I witnessed several incidents that raised serious concerns. Starting at the Kapolei Voter Service Center on election day, ballots were handled late at night after midnight and placed into containers without counting before transported to the state counting center. The ballots were literally emptied out of the scanner box onto the floor. It was like, if you can imagine the picture of ballots all over the floor. Earlier at the county signature verification center, I found that staff did not count individual ballot envelopes, only mail trays with varying envelope numbers per tray. Every tray had different counts. Neighbor Island ballots were transmitted electronically with observers present, but managed by Hart InterCivic employees. In other words, somebody else is counting Hawaii ballots.
Thank you, Jamie.
Ballot movements logs sometimes lack complete information. For these observed and documented incidents, I recommend a thorough investigation for Honolulu City and County and the State Elections Office for the chain of custody process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is a user identified as Just a Grandma, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Grandma, you're muted. Grandma, you're muted. Just a Grandma going once, going twice. Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Noe Lecker.
Aloha.
Aloha.
So been on these meetings for a while. I am going to reprimand you, Mr. Curtis. Previous meetings and previous testimonies, we had complaints for cutting people off to avoid that coming back around again. If we could let people finish talking, that would be appreciated. Yes, I'm getting to the pig.
Okay.
I'm getting to the pig. That's the point.
Thank you.
There have been multiple reports, pigs, UIPs, OIPs submitted, not just by Mr. Cushney, but by other people who show up to these meetings. All of these pigs are pointing summary to a job not being done and the law not being followed. And when a job's not being done and the law is not being followed, it is this commission's responsibility to make those changes, to hold those people accountable. And in this situation, that would be Scott Nago and the county. So when counting, it takes Nago and the county and 2 other people in order to open that up to be counted. So we know it's not being followed. We know they need to be counted. Please, let's take some action here. And if Nago is not able to, and if our county auditor, Mr. Hendricks, is not being compliant as well, the people of Hawaii County are already ready to count the vote. We need it done before June because this commission, the majority of you are going to be replaced in June. So it is apparent and of the utmost importance that we do this expeditiously. So please, if we can get this report over with and get these counted and get people in place who can be held accountable, I'd appreciate it, and I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Noy Lecker, followed by Megan Ganser.
Aloha. Aloha, my name is Noy Lecker, and I am from Hana, Maui, and I am testifying and strongly supporting PIG. We should absolutely require countries to follow the law and keep daily ballots and accounting logs. Transparency is I strongly support transparency. We should absolutely define chain of custody from the moratorium ballots are ordered. The chief election officer should absolutely implement standardized documentation. We should implement reconciliation with independent resources. I'm listening to the other testifiers, Michelle that spoke earlier. And I just want to say that a lot of the testifiers prior to me speaking had spoken a lot of true facts, and I am in agreement. I also want to say that there were some testifiers that were cut off, and I would and hope that they can come back and have their time. I am also in agreement that Scott Nago should be removed because of his not being accountable for the requests of waiting for 22 months is unacceptable. So accountability, transparency, and I am strongly in support of this PIG, and I yield my time. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Lecker.
The next testifier is Megan Ganser, followed by Tara Rojas.
Hi, Elections Commission. Thank you for all that you're doing. And I think a lot of us see what you're not doing. And especially and specifically, Scott Nago has a long history of not doing what is in the interest of the people. I'm in support of this PIG. And we all know, like, I don't have to spend 3 minutes to qualify what everyone else has qualified for many years, not just months, not just this meeting. Scott Nago needs to be removed, and I demand his removal, like so many of us are doing. And we can see who's upright and who is not upright. You'll have personal lives. You're part of communities. I don't understand who you are loyal to because you're not loyal to us, and we can see that. It's clear. And after your time on this commission, you'll still have time on Earth. I don't understand. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Ganser.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Melvin Memorial.
Ms. Rojas.
Tara
Aloha.
Rojas. Yeah, Tara Rojas. As you've heard, everybody said for these past, 2 years now, I so appreciate the PIG for their report. And Now something needs to come out of it. Something needs to come out of it, right? What I want to say is this. For 2 years we've been coming, not only 5 months, not 7 months, like 2 years and counting and more. We already know by the composition of the members on this group and those who just refuse to step down, knowing that we the people are going to come in and know that no matter what the thing is, you're going to go opposite what the people say, whether it's correct factually, whether it's the right thing to vote on. We just know you're automatically going to be the opposition. For example, in this meeting we heard like abstain when
We're
everybody
talking
else
about the
voted
pig,
yes.
please.
Okay, so about the pig, but it's related to the pig. So what the pig is saying is they found this, and then what the solution suggestion for action is, let's do this. At the end of discussion, no matter how many people testify, no matter how many facts are pointed out and how breaking oaths and all this kind of things, we know that those who are not with the people are just going to vote against what the people say. We see it for 2 years plus. Come on now. Come on now. We've been talking about this for every single meeting for 2 years. So if you're just going to come into this meeting, I'm going to go against the people because I know in my mind, I think this is right. I'm just going to go against the people, or I'm going to abstain to be like part of the no vote. Then if I abstain, then please remove and excuse yourselves as well. That's how come these meetings are so long. If you know you're automatically going to go against the people and the rare occasions you're actually going to agree, that's what's holding this whole process up. We know you're buying time because the 22 months, you're supposed to open the box already, have the audit, count it and everything. It's not what the Attorney General is even saying. We know the facts, we know the truth, and we know something is being hidden. We know you are definitely just going against people's voice. So my last 30 seconds I want to say is this. I know you passed the minutes already, but on page 11, I don't know of the March 11 meeting, it says, and one of them, it says at the top of page 11, this item was up for vote, and it says failed when the number of yeses were 4-3. So I don't know if you guys discussed that. You might have to, I don't know if you didn't catch that little thing, but it does say 4 yeses, 3 noes, but in the summary it says failed, unless I was looking at the one above. But anyhow, double check the one on page 11. So do the right thing, excuse yourself, and we know that Dylan is doing the work. Mahalo.
It does take 5 votes to pass any motion in the commission. Next.
The next testifier is Vernell Oku, followed by Lori Thorson.
Hi, this is Vernell Oku. I just wanted to say that I support the pig, and I'm wondering why people are on the commission that are not doing their job or what the commission is supposed to do. Why are they voting against what the reason for the commission is to hold the elections and hold them accountable and have integrity in our elections? Why would anybody on the commission vote against having integrity in our elections? I guess that I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oku.
The next testifier is Lori Thorson, followed by Mary Healy.
You're muted, Lori. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. I'm going to read. I am addressing the pig report and the authority Scott
Wait,
Nago has.
time out. You have 2 machines on, and they're reverberating on each other.
I don't see it.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, you sound good now.
Okay. I can't hear you, but you can hear me. I am addressing the pig report and the authority Scott Nago has and does not have as a state employee acting as a chief elections officer. According to U.S. Supreme Court Case 603 U.S. 369, 2024, Loper Bright confirms that state employees do not have the authority to define rules. He is acting under the Chevron doctrine, which in the past allowed state employees to define rules and laws. But since the U.S. Supreme Court passed the Loper case, which nullified the Chevron doctrine, the only
We're
way to
talking about the
immediately
pig
challenge
report.
Scott Nago's decision to wait 22 months is to file an immediate lawsuit in the federal court, which is the appropriate court because the challenge is the constitutional right to vote, and any obstruction to that right can be challenged in the federal court. I am requesting that you not rely on the state's attorney general's office to assist you in filing a lawsuit in the district court, because no matter what you do, the state attorneys will always defend the state employees. The fact is, Scott Nago controls the elections, which allows Leslie Kondo, the state auditor, to control fraud in the state. And if you file a lawsuit against any state employee for interfering with the elections or committing fraud within any state agencies, your arguments and objections will prove futile if you continue to keep your complaints in the state court. You must rise to the federal court and immediately file a claim with the court, allowing the court to define the rules in question, which the federal courts are now required to define according to Loper. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lori.
The next testifier is Mary Healy, followed by Monique Pereira.
Hi, I'm here to speak about first off, thank you for the time. And I'm here to speak about the pig report and the discrepancies on Big Island. Regardless of what Commissioner Osterkamp has said, there is a massive gaslighting campaign going on to try and convince the citizens of Hawaii that their elections are safe and secure, and they are not. Under Scott Nago, there is no free and fair elections in the state of Hawaii. And the reason why you need to have 5 votes to pass, and there's never those 5 votes, Chair Commissioner Curtis, is because the commission is stacked with deep state Hawaii assets.
That's
And
not part of
eventually,
the permitted interaction group report.
oh, well, I'm sorry, Chair Curtis, but that is what my free speech is here to say today. There are stacked members of this commission obstructing justice and obstructing free and fair elections in the state of Hawaii.
You can talk about the agenda item. You're off topic.
Okay, well, you know what? I am talking about the agenda item. I'm specifically talking about you, sir. And at the end of the day, justice is coming. And you can continue to sit there and turn bright red through every single commission.
Next.
The next testifier is Monique Pereira, followed by Ileana L.
Ms. Pereira.
Aloha, thank you, Chair. My name is Monique Pereira. I live in Waimea on County of Hawaii. I am a candidate for 22, 24, and also 26 for House District 8. And I want to testify to fully support the recommendations by the PIG. We should absolutely require counties to follow the law like everybody else and keep daily ballot accounting logs. We should absolutely define chain of custody from the moment the ballots are ordered. This is not new. Chain of custody is something that can show every step that ballot moves and is accounted for. The chief election officer should absolutely implement standardized documentation. We should implement reconciliation with independent sources, not state sources. We should document 2024 compliance failures before 2026 happens, because we need to fix our elections before the next election. We can't keep going on this cycle of insanity. We should hold the chief elections officer responsible and remove him from office. Either he is incompetent or completely malfeasant. I don't understand this this disregard for the rule of law. Just like in our President's State of the Union address, when he asked Congress to stand up for America, I'm asking all of you commissioners to stand up for our election integrity and make this pono. And I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Ileana L.
Ileana, you're muted. Ileana, there you go. You had it once. There you
My
go.
name is Ilana L. Ilana like me. I just wanted to testify for the pig report and just basically it. This is going on for too long and just this is just tiring. Back and forth and nobody can vote on the same thing. With that I yield.
Thank you, Ilana.
The next testifier is JR Tupai.
Junior Tapai, you just got in under the gun. Yes, sir. You're still muted. Junior, you're muted. There you go.
You can hear me.
There you go. I got you.
Hey,
You're muted. You muted yourself again. There you go.
okay. Oh, good.
We
Awesome.
got you.
Perfect. Mahalo, Chair Curtis and fellow commissioners, the opportunity to testify. In regards to the pig, I do advocate for that as well. Also for the audit. Hawaii Constitution, Article 1, Section 2 states, and I quote, all persons are free by nature and equal in inherent and inalienable rights. Among these rights are enjoyment of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and acquiring and possessing of property. These votes are our property. And just for transparency for the people, to make sure that our elections are safe and secure, I'm an advocate and support of the audit by the pig. Also, Article 1, Section 5 of the Hawaii Constitution states, and I quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property, nor be denied the equal protection of the law, nor be discriminated against in the exercise thereof, or deprived of their civil rights because of their race, sex, or ancestry, end quote. These are just for our civil rights, our civil liberties, and simply just to go forward with the pig to do the audit. Mahalo for you, folks' time again. I yield.
Thank you, Junior.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker.
Mr. Aker. That's not.
Can
you're
everybody
off
hear
topic.
me?
You can remove that, or you can remove yourself.
Sorry, remove what? Can you hear me?
You're off topic already.
Well, I'm asking, can you hear me? Oh, you
You-
mean the visual? Okay, yeah, stand by. Yeah, sorry, I'm still learning how to control this whole computer thing. So, yeah, in regards to the pig, the first little pig did this, the second little pig did that, and just, check yourself before you wreck yourself. These islands are small, guys. Much love. Hands up if you agree. Put your hands up if you're getting arrested. Aloha.
Aloha. Next.
Chair,
Well,
there
that's
are
it,
no
huh?
further testifiers.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
I would entertain a motion from the commission for a 15-minute recess.
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
Can we make it a half hour so we can get lunch?
The rest of the day.
15 minutes. Could you put a timer on, please?
Yes, sure.
See you in 15 minutes.
1:15. Okay.
Aloha and welcome back. Can we have a roll call, please, for attendance?
Yes, sure. Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Apana. Welcome back. Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis,
Here.
Commissioner Apana.
Full.
Okay, we have
Sorry,
quorum still.
sorry, Barbara. I hope you got a snack. For the purpose of discussion, I'd like to ask that motions be made so that the discussion will have purpose regarding this PIG 2. Dylan, would you like to walk us through your report?
Sure. You want me to make a motion first?
Well, work through your report and make a motion when you want to open discussion at any point.
Okay. I'll just start from the top. Our
Thank
first
you.
finding, the absence of verifiable daily ballot accounting. Of course, this is not new information. We're all familiar, but for the purposes of the public that's joining us and commissioners who might not be familiar, HAR 3177453 does require that county clerks maintain a complete and current accounting of ballots issued, spoiled, and received. And what this PIG has found and previous PIGs have found is that that's not currently the case. In fact, we have either not been able to obtain any documentation, or we have seen that counties aren't in uniformity when keeping these records. And for the daily ballot accounting, it should be ballot envelopes collected from drop boxes, received through USPS, rejected during signature verification, transfers to counting centers, and ultimately ballot envelopes that are being tabulated. So without these records, the Elections Commission, again, or anyone, right, can't independently verify the number of ballots counted. So I'm sure we have questions for maybe Scott on this. And I know he said he was working on getting daily ballot accounting uniformed. But I'd like to make the first motion here that I hope we can all agree on, which is to require counties to follow HAR 3177453 in keeping daily records.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Discussion. Lindsay, you have your hand up.
Yes, I have my hand up because I wanted to make a motion, but we have Dylan's motion. So I think the issue with at hand with your motion that that we say that they should follow the law is problematic because they maintain that they are. I think it all has to do with what your premises and beliefs are. And because the Office of Elections maintains the chain of custody begins when they scan the envelopes into SVRS, and they maintain that the results are verified if they reconcile the county and the state via SVRS, then they say they are following the law. They don't maintain that they are not following the law. They think they are. Or I don't know if they think they are, but they maintain that they are. And so I would rather jump to your specific recommendations just because that is so general. And we have argued back and forth with Scott Nago on these definitions for all the time that I have been on the commission. So of course I would vote for it, but I would rather that we make a motion that we adopt the recommendations of your PIG. So that's my commentary.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I'd like to ask Scott, what is he given to the commission or the public that demonstrates compliance with HAR 3-177453? Specifically, I would like Raymond to pull up the form. So it says in that, it says 3177453B, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The counting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief elections officer. So we've been asking for, I personally have been asking for that form for over 4 years, and somehow Scott Nago is not able to produce it for us. But Raymond, could you pull that form up?
The motion on the floor is to follow the law.
I thought that we were discussing this pig. Why are we going off in a different direction here? This isn't about
the motion on the floor is
so, Chair,
for the clerks to follow the law.
So
we're discussing this motion.
This is what I'm discussing. So the clerk shall maintain, this is on number 1 of Dylan's report. And it says the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The counting of the marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief elections officer. I'm asking, can you show us that form that they're supposed to be filling their stuff out on? That's a simple ask.
And the motion on the floor is to follow that law. That's
right.
The motion.
So
that's what we're discussing.
If the clerks
whether to follow that law or not, we're not
Call for the
following up on that.
question.
We're passing. We're discussing the motion that's on the floor. Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I missed last meeting. So I understand the pig is in the ownership of the commission.
Yes.
Did the commission move to adopt it yet?
No, we're discussing it right now.
So we're going to take apart the pig and make final recommendations. Is that what it is?
The motion on the floor.
We will not adopt the whole pig.
The motion on the floor is one part of the pig. That's the discussion is the motion that's on the floor now. That's why we need a motion, so that we can have a purpose for the discussion. The purpose of today, right now discussion is to approve or disapprove the motion on the floor. And that's to follow the law.
I guess what we're going to do is not adopt the pig, but just adopt the recommendations. Okay.
We can do that when we get beyond this motion. The motion on the floor is to follow the law.
Okay.
Essentially. Is there other discussion? Yes, Mr. Osterkamp.
Yes, I think this whole charade of motions to follow the law are just plain silly. There's no point to it.
It seems to be, yes.
Nobody is claiming that people should not follow the law, but there's this implication that in fact they're not, and therefore we need to instruct them that they must. And
that's the motion on the floor. Yes.
Right. And I will always vote against those motions. I always have. I'll continue to. I think that this implication has not been established, and it's frankly ironic, because what we have here is a statement in the PIG that says county election officials did not provide documentation demonstrating compliance with 3-177-453.
Exactly.
But it doesn't say there that they were required to provide that documentation to the PIG. It doesn't say what the PIG did to try to obtain the documentation. It didn't say what, if anything, the PIG provided to the counties to tell them that this was something that they needed to do or even permissibly could do.
But let's get beyond this motion first. The motion on the floor is to order the clerks to follow the law. I think that's redundant, and I agree that it's redundant, but
Chair,
go
would
ahead,
it be
Dylan.
better if I don't know if I can, if it belongs, I think it's been seconded, it belongs to the body, but I guess what I'm after is maybe even just a resolution to say, I don't know if that even matters. You know, we have not observed the counties following this, but they need to be following it. And it seems like, and this is why I would like to give Scott an opportunity to speak. It seems like the chief election officer is either not enforcing it, or he says he can't enforce it because he doesn't have jurisdiction over the counties. But according to HAR 3177453, he does. And in fact, he's supposed to prescribe a uniform document that they all use. And so, you know, with our PIGS recommendation, I see number 1 and maybe number 3 kind of are similar, and maybe they should be actually combined. I'm not glued to the wording of my motion that they follow the law. I agree that's, you know, redundant, and that's just, they should be following the law. And to be specific,
then we should dispose of this motion one way or another and get on with the discussion. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure how to do that properly.
Call
I
for
don't
the
know either.
question.
Point of order.
Barbara, what were you saying?
Call for the question.
Okay.
I have a
Thank you.
point of order.
What rule am I not following?
Oh, it's not about a rule you're not following.
Well, that's the purpose of a point of order.
A point of order is to point out that under Robert's Rules of Order, motions that either direct someone to follow the law or direct them to ignore the law are mute motions.
Thank you.
Because those are expectations.
Thank you. I would call a roll call vote on this motion to have the clerks follow.
She's saying if it's Robert's Rules of Order, we don't have to vote on it. We can just.
If we don't vote on it because it's an out of order motion.
Correct. I don't have any opposition to that. I can make a motion.
We want to get a discussion.
Okay, we'll wipe that motion off because it's.
No. How do we discuss this item?
With the new motion.
Well, we need another motion for another discussion.
Lindsay has a good motion. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I make a motion to adopt the PIG as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved to receive and approve the PIG as circulated.
Adopt, she said.
Okay, I'm sorry, adopt it. What's that mean?
That just means we are accepting it into our
verbatim. Okay.
Accepting it as written, and then we can discuss it.
Sorry, Lindsay, go ahead.
I don't know. Didn't we already accept it at the last meeting?
I thought we did.
We received it.
We
We're
received
discussing it now.
I've never.
Can I amend it? I move that we adopt the recommendations of the PIG. How about that?
No.
Well, I want to accept the PIG, period.
We did that already.
No, we received it. We
didn't.
didn't accept it. We didn't discuss it previously.
Receiving is not accepting.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the
And so
motion
I
is
wanna
to
ask the commission to accept
accept.
the PIG, the work that these people did, and just accept it in a whole. And then we can discuss what we
So-
can do about it.
Okay.
Accept it and approve it.
Yeah. Adopted. We're adopted.
Accepting and approving the PIG is how I read the motion to be. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
Ralph seconded the motion to receive and approve the PIG report.
No, it's not received because we already did that. It's a
And approve
motion. My motion was very clear that the
Okay,
commission,
let's hear that again, Ms. Papalimu.
that the commission accept the PIG report.
Accept it.
Yes. They did all their work. They put it into a report. We received it. And so now we're adopting it. We're saying, yes, this is valid work.
Okay, so your acceptance includes approval.
Yes.
Okay. And the second by Ralph, discussion. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So we need to have a discussion on the content of this. So, when is the appropriate time to go through the specifics? Because nothing's getting fixed. We've been discussing this for 4 years since I've been involved with this.
It's appropriate after we accept it.
So is that right, Chair? Or do we discuss it now?
We're discussing it now, and you can go into granular detail in this discussion.
Okay.
Dylan.
So let me go into
Dylan.
I just want to make a comment. I've been a part of many PIGs on various different boards and commissions, and from what I understand, the second meeting where the report is received and read out is the board receiving the report. And the third meeting, which we're currently on, is all about decision-making based off of that report. So, we can look at the recommendation from the PIG and make decisions on those. But I've never been a part of it where you have to vote to adopt it. It's essentially received by the board. And again, this third meeting the purpose of this meeting is for us to go down the list of recommendations, ideally, and make motions based on those recommendations. But I just want to make that comment. I've never been a part of a PIG where you have to adopt the report. It's essentially received and on record as the report that was given by the PIG.
Jeffrey.
I don't know if DAG can.
Yes.
Mr. Osterkamp.
So, as I was saying before, we have a statement that the county election officials did not provide documentation demonstrating compliance with 3-177-453, but we don't have any explanation for the authority that should have compelled the county officials to provide that documentation. If that authority exists, it needed to be provided to the counties, and it needs to be explained in the report. Otherwise, all we have is a blank statement without any indication as to what was communicated, what was requested, and what was provided. There are no exhibits to this report whatsoever. We just have this blank conclusion. So that's number one.
Thank you.
Number two is similar. Counties did not provide daily ballot counts. Well, what was requested from them? What were the daily ballot counts requested at all? We don't know because there's no documentation, no evidence whatsoever that it was even requested. Number three, chain of custody documentation across counties appears inconsistent and incomplete. Well, to whom does it appear inconsistent and incomplete? Perhaps the person who wrote the report, which I understand is a single commissioner, but there's no actual evidence of this submitted. Again, no exhibits. Number four, ballot accountability procedures appear to rely primarily on entries within the SVRS. Well, okay, again, what does that mean? Appear. Number five, we get to the USPS. States mail processing systems used for ballot return envelopes produce an exact automated account of returned mail pieces in bold, ChatGPT style. Well, that's fine. But then when we go down to the actual USPS section, we get the one supposed piece of evidence, which is a link to a PDF that is supposedly on the web. I copied and pasted that. This is on page 4, by the way. I copied and pasted that into my browser, and the document that came up does not include the information that is quoted in this document. We have a quote that includes, quote, "The intelligent mail barcode allows mail processing equipment to automatically count returned mail pieces and transmit counts to USPS systems for reporting." I'll represent to you that that statement is not included in the link that is supposedly evidence for this, or is the supposed site for it. In fact, there's nothing that even approximates that statement. So there's so many holes in this, so many simple conclusions that aren't based on any actual evidence, that I think it's a bad idea to even consider adopting it or accepting it or anything else.
Thank you. Barbara.
I have a couple of questions about the pig. May I proceed?
Yep.
First of all, in the list of participating, who is Jason Sabas?
It's a good question, Barbara. I'm wondering who that is myself.
Yeah. Okay. Then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, John.
I noticed that there is one citation of the Hawaii Administrative Rules made throughout this Permitted Interaction Group report, and that is HAR 3-177-453 A and B. And I'm curious, under what Hawaii Revised Statute or Hawaii Administrative Rule is and I'm quoting, verifiable daily ballot counts for ballot envelopes collected from the drop boxes or received through the USPS, end quote, required? And B, under what HRS or HAR is, quote, standardized statewide reconciliation format required? And I would also like the preparer of the report to define, quote, independently verifiable reconciliation records. And I wanted to point out with regard to number 5 that it is an assumption that because the USPS has the capability of an exact count of business reply mail pieces, it is under no obligation to provide that to even to the account holder, let alone to an independent entity such as an elections commissioner. So while I commend you for finding the domestic mail manual and getting some, actual data from the way the post office operates, I think my point that I made in January in this meeting about the difference between accountable mail and business reply mail needs to be revisited, because the Postal Service is under no obligation to share that data. It's an internal, and that word appears in your report. It's part of their internal processes. It's not part of what is available to the public. That's all for now.
Ms. Papalimou.
More, I'm sure.
No, my hand was up and then I made my motion and then.
Okay, Ralph.
Yes,
Lower
Chair.
your hand then,
Thank you.
please. Yes,
So
Ralph.
you guys, you're making the point of the pig report. How does anyone else, except for Scott Nago, verify what he's telling us is true? So, Mr. Osterkamp, have you seen any chain of custody documentation or any documentation that it would allow you to verify what Scott Nago is telling us is true?
You're talking about the report.
That's what I'm talking about. So has anybody seen any documentation that would verify the election?
Have you seen any documentation?
Yes, I want to say that Hawaii County and Kauai County have been very cooperative, and they did provide documentation to an extent. Maui County, unfortunately, did not have records, and Scott Nago already confirmed that for this whole body due to human error. And, unfortunately, with our pig report, their response also was, and we did try to set up, me and the other Maui team members tried to set up a meeting with them, but ultimately they were counseled that it was against their legal counsel to do anything with us because we don't have jurisdiction over the counties, just the state. And so that's why I would be most interested in hearing from Scott, like, is this something that we're enforcing, the daily logs? Is there a uniformed log that counties are required to use? And there was another point I had to make, and I can't think of it
write stuff
when I
down.
do. There's a lot happening.
Yeah, I got to make a list.
And John, I am so sorry. I have a really great friend named Jason, and his name ended up on the report, but it was John that was a part of the pig, not Jason.
Lindsay, you had your hand up. You're muted.
I wanted to suggest that Dylan respond to Mr. Osterkamp. And, he asked the questions about what did you ask of these agencies? Why should they cooperate with you? So maybe you could fill us in about that.
Yeah, like I said.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Like I said, Hawaii County and Kauai County were very cooperative in providing the documentation. A lot of it was just pointing to what they've already provided. And then Honolulu County, we reached out to all counties, by the way. We sent a letter, we sent an email to every county with red receipts. And they all responded, Maui County saying that they can't do anything because their legal counsel was advising them not to. So, and by the way, Chair, if we can, I'd love to bring Jennifer Hunt on the screen because she was also part of this pig, and a lot of her personal experience of trying to get the documentation from the county would be important.
Thank you. Mr. Apana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I think this is my first pig, I'm not sure. But a pig is like a down and dirty, quick investigation. You don't have much resources, you don't use much time, and you kind of get the lay of the land, what's out there. And that's what pretty much Dylan did. I wasn't that much help to him. But the next step is, what do we do with the basic information we got? And what it is we need to let Scott know what we need from him and from the counties so that we can do our job supervising elections, making sure it's safe and clean. Now the argument is the county is going to say, we don't work for you or under you. And that's fine. Then we take our findings, our recommendations, whatever, and we go to the council and say, this is what we need from your clerk's office to help the state, to help us do our job, which is a clean and open election. And to me, the next step, we'll have our man Dylan make the 9, 12, 15 steps that Nago needs to follow, that he can tell the counties they need to follow, so we can get the information that is clean and timely, but with reasonable. I mean, every day, every night. I mean, we don't want them to work on Saturdays and Sundays. That's insane. We don't want them to incur expenses they normally won't incur. But that would help us do our job the best we can. And I believe that's the next step. Did they give us this paper? Did they not? To me, who cares? We know that we need it moving forward because the pig said these are the things that we need. And I think that's the direction I'd like to head in. I hope other commissioners feel the same. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So could we ask Scott Nago what his interpretation of HAR 3-177453 A and B, and specifically, I would like to know if he has provided the counties with a form to put their documentation on. And it says a complete and current count. So that's how Dylan came up with daily. So a complete and current count. So what is Scott Nago's interpretation? Is that once in an election? Is it daily?
He's not part of this motion. The motion is to accept this. Mr. Osterkamp.
This is our granular discussion, and I'm discussing this. I'd like to know what Mr. Nago's thoughts are on this. You're avoiding uncomfortable questions.
No, going back to the motion, the purpose of the motion is to receive and approve this pig.
Does Mr. Nago
can I speak, please?
That's afterwards. Jeffrey.
Yeah, so it was stated, who cares what documents were requested or received from the counties, but I care, because there's a conclusion here that says the pig investigation confirms continuing deficiencies in ballot chain of custody documentation and reconciliation practices. And then it supports that conclusion by saying counties did not provide verifiable daily ballot counts in uniformity or at all, and required records under 3177-453 were not satisfied for the 2024 election. How is that supported? How do we know that the required records were not satisfied? We don't know that. All we know is that this particular pig doesn't have those particular records, or it says that it doesn't. And we don't know why that might be. Presumably, they asked for those records, although we don't know because there are no exhibits to this report. But we also know that, at least in one case, the reason was that the council for the county told the county not to provide them. So we're making this logical leap from, oh, well, we don't, as the pig, have these records, to the sweeping, irresponsible conclusion that 3177-453 was not complied with. And it would be just as irresponsible for this Elections Commission to accept and support a report that makes such fundamentally erroneous conclusions.
Mr. Sabas, you know, you have a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You can raise your hand and I'll see it just like your hand. But
Okay.
yes, Mr.
Thank-
Sabas, you have, there you go. Mr.
Yeah,
Sabas, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have strong reservations about accepting anything that's been submitted by this pig, in addition to erroneously having my name out there. I wasn't involved in any of the discussions that came to be from this report. I received a copy of it prior to last month's meeting, but I had expected, you know, the pig, and 3 of us commissioners sit on this pig, Kimo, Dylan, and myself. And I want to commend Dylan for his zeal, you know, but, you know, we didn't discuss any of this. And I would have appreciated and expected that we'd have a full discussion. So some of the issues that's being raised now, such as those being raised by Jeffrey, you know, it wouldn't just be on Dylan to address that. It would be all of us that we'd stand by the recommendations we're coming up with. And so, you know, I'm very, very hesitant. In fact, I will not vote in support of any of these findings or recommendations from this pig, because again, in addition to misnaming me, you know, I wasn't involved in any of the discussions.
Thank you. Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. John and Commissioner Pana, and again, Jennifer Hunt was a part of this pig report, so I'd like to bring her on screen so that she can add to this discussion. You know, as far as exhibits,
Jennifer Hunt?
Jennifer Hunt, she's been
Is
one of
she
the
a staff to the commission?
Yes, she was approved as part of the commission. Sorry, for the
She
pig.
was part of the pig, yes.
Is she staff to the Elections Commission? Is she a testifier? Is she the Jennifer I see?
She's a testifier. She's a civilian that we added to this pig, which has 3 commissioners and Jennifer.
Right. So if we can bring her on screen so that she can be
Great.
added to the discussion, Chair.
Jennifer?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to add, you know, as far as exhibits go, I'm happy to provide additional documentation even of our text threads and our our conversations that would show exactly what we've asked from these counties. You know, the pigs that I've been a part of, a report is done in this fashion to show exactly what the conclusions and recommendations and findings were, believing that that pig is operated in good faith. And I want to say, you know, as far as my own integrity and morality goes, I've operated in good faith here. I'm not trying to presume that someone has ill intention with our election. So for example, right, my recommendation for reconciliation with independent data sources, I'm acknowledging that right now counties aren't required to use BRM receipts. I'm acknowledging that counties don't use that right now. What I'm saying is in our recommendation that we should use independent data sources like BRM receipts to show the exact mail piece count.
What information did you want Jennifer to bring into this discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we give her a voice here to share anything that she wants.
Not anything that she wants. Ask her what you want her to add to this discussion for the commission.
Sure. Jen, a lot of these commissioners are not familiar with your personal experience with working with the county. Did you want to just briefly go over that with everyone?
Sure. Thank you. I was asked to be part of this pig, and I did accept, and we met a few times, and a couple of those times Commissioner Apana and Commissioner Sabas could not make it, so we didn't meet that often, but we did meet a couple times, and Commissioner Sabas asked to understand what chain of custody was, you know, and so I went into what my own experience with it, which was asking the election, the clerk's office for the chain of custody documents well before the 2024 election happened, because that's what the law says. And so I asked for these documents, and I have an email chain suggesting that that the daily counts were on Instagram. So I was asking for the actual forms, which are reflected in the HAR 3-177-453, I believe. And so this email went back and forth because I was trying to get my point across that I was asking for the actual documentation of when these pickups happened, what were the counts and who picked it up, and the sign off of each of these stages, where this is a part of that rule, and it would show the chain of custody. That chain of custody means when you hand something off to someone else, they're accountable for that document or whatever you're handing off, and in this case it would be the ballots. There is a corresponding HRS. It's HRS 11-98. It also talks about the uniformity of these documents, so that across the state there was uniformity, so that we could have accountability and a way of backtracking and understanding something in this election, that you can back engineer it and see where there were some failings, where the numbers come from, and so on. So in my experience, the report is on track, and there's no discrepancy in the report. These things are necessary in our laws, and they're there for a reason. So the recommendations are solid.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. Could Mr. Nago show us a form that he has prescribed through the counties? That's a simple request. We got to know.
That's later, after this motion passes.
No, you keep on saying that.
No. This motion on the floor is this pig, not the specifics of it.
It's right here on the report. And you said we're going to get granular. Let's get granular. Have Mr. Nago.
We're going to get over this motion first.
No, that's what you said on the last motion. So have Mr. Nago show us the form that the counties are supposed to record the chain of custody documentation.
Thank you. Dylan.
Trying to look for the hand.
Sorry,
Dylan, you had something?
I just didn't lower my hand earlier.
I'll lower your hand. Yes, Mr. Apana.
I think it would be good to hear from Scott.
I couldn't find how to raise my hand, but anyway, I thought you withdrew the motion because that was a consensus of the commission.
Right. Yes.
Is that correct?
So what motion's on the floor now?
I think we have none.
No, I think Ms. Papalino had us to accept the report.
I thought you didn't accept her motion.
No, the prior motion was to follow the law. That was the one that was wiped off. Ms. Papalino's motion to receive and approve this report is the motion on the floor. Could you read the motion again, please, Madam Secretary?
We need to do that.
Motion to have the election commission wait, I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. Could I have the commissioner repeat the motion?
Ms. Papalino, it was your motion.
I made a motion to accept or adopt the pig, but you said that we already received it, and so that was unnecessary.
No, adopting it's different than receiving it. We're discussing and adopting and approving it now. Adopting it is what the motion was, yeah?
Accepting and approving the pig.
Okay, the
Correct?
motion was to accept and approve the pig. Motion and second. That's the motion on the floor that we're discussing. You want to approve what was it? What was the wording, Ms. Papalino?
Well, I said accept.
Accept. Okay, the motion was to accept the pig report.
Right, for the commission to accept the pig report.
Yeah, Mr. Apana.
I believe I said adopt.
Okay,
I want to know what the difference between the two. If you just accepting as receiving as something, if we're going to adopt it as policy, then it's a whole different thing for me.
Yep.
I just want clarification what the motion intention is. the spirit
Well,
of the
I did not and I will be clear, I did not understand that when we received it, that we can now discuss it. I was thinking, once the pig report comes to us, we have to adopt it in order to discuss it and act on it.
So knowing
But
that
he is
you would,
saying that once we receive it, we can act on it.
so are you saying that you would withdraw your motion if you could?
I would withdraw it if it's unnecessary in order for us
Okay.
to act on it.
So Chairman, if we wanted to go to that step, should we vote it down at this point?
Yes.
Or can you just take it away?
No, it belongs to the commission. We need to act on it. You can, we can
Under
vote
Robert's
down
rules,
and
I
move
can
on with
withdraw.
something.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Under Robert's rules, I can withdraw the motion.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think a motion, once it's on the floor, belongs to the commission.
We need
Now it's the
Robert.
commission's
Barbara's
action.
got it
Robert?
open.
Where's Robert?
No, that's
With Barbara.
No, that's the way it is. Once a motion is moved and seconded, it belongs to the commission. We can vote it down now if we want. And if yes,
If we
Mr.
don't
O'Connor.
have to adopt it in order to react to it or make motions on it.
Well, we haven't done that with the other pigs either. We've
Okay.
never.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
move that any maker of the motion can withdraw their motion, thus killing the motion.
So this
That's
is an
Robert's
amendment to the
rules.
motion. We have a motion on the floor.
Yeah. We adopting a change to Robert's rule, which is within our preview.
The commission owns the motion at this point.
Correct.
We
And
can
I'm
vote on
moving-
it, we can vote it down and move on to something more clear.
No, but I
Oh.
think we can do it so moving forward, we don't have to go through this over and over again.
I agree.
Okay.
So we can suspend right
once
now
and
and
leave it in
take
our
up
books.
Apana's motion, which I second.
Yeah.
No, this motion's on the floor. That's what's happening now.
Okay, then call for the vote.
Okay, I would entertain a roll call on the motion to, what's the word? Adopt the pig report.
Okay. Commissioner
Roll-
Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
No.
Commissioner Krishney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Mr. Apana, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I want to make an
Got my
amendment
hand up.
to our Robert's Rule of Order that the maker of the motion can withdraw at any time, thus taking the motion off the table.
You can't change Robert's Rules of Order from our
We
motion.
can adopt changes.
Our own rules.
You can adopt our own rule, yes.
Yeah,
I second.
Prior to the vote, correct?
yes.
Dylan,
I second that.
Would you accept the friendly amendment that the move-on and the seconder would have to agree on withdrawing?
If there's no motion, it dies because there's nothing to second.
Huh?
What if you want to, I mean? What if they
Right,
disagree?
so for this, an example,
You-
Papalimu. Okay, never mind then. I'll just stick with the original motion.
Yeah. Okay,
so what's the motion again?
that the maker of the motion can withdraw their motion at any time
Prior to the vote.
prior to the vote, thus killing the motion.
It's an adjustment to our Robert's Rules of Order,
Correct.
as well as other rules and regulations that supersede the Roberts. Discussion.
Mm.
Yes.
Take a roll. Dylan, I'm sorry.
Wait,
Dylan, go ahead.
Commissioner Apana, that's a good point. You know, what if the maker and the seconder have a different opinion? Then it should continue to belong to the body and go to a vote, right?
Then the seconder
Ideally.
make another motion.
A
Yeah, the
motion
second would
to
make their own motion. The second,
amendments.
since the motion died, you as a second can make a motion and to see if get traction. But the guy who originally said it doesn't want to defend it. They're vacating.
Ralph,
Yes, I support the motion. This would speed up the meeting, so I
Correct.
support it.
but superseding Roberts. Okay, All right, entertain a roll call on amending our Roberts rules as applied to this commission to allow people to retract motions.
Okay. Commissioner Andreon,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes, as long as the wording includes prior to the vote.
Yeah, of course.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, next. Dylan, you want to go through your report and come up
No,
with?
Chair,
Commissioner Cam has
I have a
her
motion.
hand raised.
I was talking to Dylan. Dylan, did you have another motion on your pig report?
Yeah, I think we should make a motion on each of these 4 recommendations, but I just want to point out Commissioner Cam has had her hand raised for quite a long time.
I'm sorry. Lindsay, I apologize.
Okay, if we're ready for a new motion,
Yes.
I would like to move that we assert that election results should be verifiable by an independent party.
Second.
There a second?
Period.
There a second?
Yes.
Ralph seconded. Discussion.
Okay, so this is a bedrock premise, and the way that everything operates now and up until now is that we take the word of the Office of Election that everything has been verified. But nobody else can verify the results because nobody else has access to the computer. And we ought to be able to look at a paper trail and verify that what the state says is accurate and true.
Mr. Apana.
Would the maker of the motion indicate what 3 groups that might be considered independent that can verify it?
You want me to come up with 3 groups?
I mean, I'm just curious who you have in mind.
Well, us for one.
Official observers.
Official
what?
observers, sure.
They would call the
From both
election
parties.
on election night?
No. No, but right now we cannot verify, nobody can verify the results of the election. Nobody can confirm that those numbers are accurate unless you are an insider with access to the computer. You can't, as we have found. I'm not talking about verifying in that legal sense on the night of the election. I'm talking about even after the fact, that the work can be checked. That's all, that we can check their work, that we have access to paper trail. That means we can check their work. In other words, conduct an audit.
That's our job.
Yes.
Ralph.
But you wanted an independent?
Well, I said
besides us?
independent, meaning not the Office of Election.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant by independent. Yes.
Okay.
We would
Ralph.
be the independent party.
Ralph.
Yes, there should be daily auditable logs of the number of ballots that are received by the counties. We should be able to go back, and right now that's in dispute. The logs that the counties have provided us do not add up to the amount of ballots that the state reported counting. So now we are forced to wait 22 months to verify the election. Now, what happens if those numbers don't add up? They don't have the envelopes in 22 months. What are we going to do? So what Lindsay is saying, we need to have in place, which everybody in their right mind thinks was already in place, that the counties collect chain of custody and those numbers are compared and reconciled, but none of that's happening. We have also asked Scott Nago for the transfer logs. And what he told us was that the transfer logs were actually seal certification logs. Well, HAR 3-177453 says that you have a complete and current count of the ballots issued, spoiled, and received. So when the state is receiving ballots from the county, there should be a number on that document. Well, there's no such document that has occurred. So we don't know that many ballots were transferred because there are no records of that transfer. The public used to think that those things were being done, but now it's proven that those things have not been done. And Mr. Osterkamp is going to say, well, we didn't ask the question right. Well, show us the records that show that the election was done properly. Show us the records that prove that the county collected that many envelopes. All you're doing is giving us a final printout of the election results and said, here's who won. We cannot move on with that status. We have to be able to verify the results.
So that's testimony in favor of the motion. Any other discussion?
I'm not done, Chair. The chain of custody should be reported every single day of the election. And on election day, the last chain of custody document is provided. So if you look at the chain of custody records, November 5th.
You made your point.
No,
Is
Chair.
there other discussion?
Robert's Rules of
Jeffrey.
Order. I have 5 minutes to do this, okay?
You've exceeded
I
your
have
3
5
minutes,
minutes,
and
Chair.
you've made your point. You continue making your point. You're in favor of the motion. Mr. Osterkamp.
You're violating my.
Jeffrey.
Any motion of that sort should be accompanied by a
Chair,
cite to
I pulled
the authority that would allow for us to make that demand. The Elections Commission has certain powers. As others have stated, the powers are actually very narrow. So what authority do we have to make this demand? All I've heard so far is words like should and need, rather than citing to anything that gives us that authority.
Barbara.
Shouldn't we continually and consistently return to statute in order to determine what is required? Like Commissioner Osterkamp says, words like should, yeah, it would be a great idea for there to be independent audits or an independent count or a daily reconciliation, but there's no law stating that that has to happen. The Elections Office is required to comply with the law, as is the Elections Commission. And yet we continually flirt with breaking the law, which is absolutely unconscionable, as far as I'm concerned.
Lindsay.
We got a memo from Jordan Chang that was under attorney-client privilege. And now everybody's pushing, we got to get that in the minutes. We got to get that in the public record. No, it's privileged by attorney-client confidentiality. Why do we continue to push the envelope with regard to what is legal and what isn't?
Thank you. Lindsay.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with what we're talking about, actually. But back to my insufficient and incomplete motion. I just go back to the very first thing. The clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The accounting shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the CEO. It all has to do with how you interpret that. So, I mean, when we have brought this up before, Mr. Nago says the form is in the computer. And we say, but nobody else can see it. Please have a form that other people can see. I'm not suggesting that we do anything illegal. I'm suggesting that they follow the law and then we are able to observe the results. It's baffling to me that if this was money, everybody would agree that you ought to be able to follow a paper trail and see what happened day after day and if the results match up, and that somebody else could affirm that those same numbers are accurate and true? Well, it's votes. Votes are pretty darn important. We ought to be able to check their work and affirm that the numbers are right.
Ralph, you're up.
Yes, Chair. So the motion was to be able to verify the election. That is a very basic concept. And anyone voting against this, it just boggles my mind. Why wouldn't we want to verify the election? And how can that conflict with the law? All of these laws are written so that it can be verified. And the public absolutely thinks that the election should be verified. We've established that it's not verifiable until 22 months after the election now, because we don't get the chain of custody documentation till after the period to challenge the election. So that's not acceptable. So passing this motion is a simple motion, and we can advise Scott Nago to make a verifiable election. He has not done that so far. We've been asking that for years.
Thank you.
If he does
Jeffrey.
not do that, then he should be fired.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
I still haven't heard a single cite to a single rule or statute that gives us the power to do what it is the motion wants us to do.
Yeah, we can recommend that Scott Nago make the election verifiable.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that indicates that we have that power.
Raymond, could you pull up 11-8?
Ralph, be quiet, please. You're out of order.
If you go back to the statute, what does 3-177-453 say?
That's an administrative rule. Go to
Ralph, you're out of order.
8.5.
Ralph, you're out of order.
It says that the chief elections officer or designated representative shall maintain a complete count of marked sense ballots, and that all ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse, not given away. And that the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. Now, where does it say there or anywhere else, any statute, any rule, that the counties or the state are supposed to provide those records to the Elections Commission or anybody else who asks? If there's something like that, I'd love to see it, and I'd be open to voting for the motion, but I've still not seen anything like that.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, 11-8.5, Election Review Program. The Elections Commission shall develop and implement an election review program to 1. Review the operation and performance of elections. 2. Make recommendations to the Chief Elections Officer on methods to improve elections. 3. Establish policies for the administration of an election observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of election results. Now, if that's not more clear, I don't know what would be.
It doesn't say what you say it says. I mean, you read the words, but it doesn't say anything about the counties and the state have to provide the records to the Elections Commission.
The motion on the floor is to make the election verifiable. And this right here gives us the authority to make the election verifiable.
It doesn't. You're making stuff up again, Ralph. You're really good at that.
Wait, we're talking about the motion on the floor. Dylan, you had something?
So I just seeing the 11-8.52. I just want to hear, because I think it does, right? Make recommendations to the chief election officer on methods to improve elections. That's pretty broad. And I think all the motion is doing is recommending to the chief election officer that we have it verifiable by independent third party. The recommendation on the actual PIG report goes closer and says, we should encourage independent sources, including the use of BRM receipts. Which again, I understand, guys. I know it's not required right now, and it's not a method that our counties are required to use. I'm saying if we all agree that it's worthy having a third party to help verify elections, let's encourage Scott Nago to do that, to improve the elections, to use third parties to verify our election. I think that's what the spirit of the motion is. I think it's in agreement with at least 11-8.5 number 2. So I'll be in support of the motion.
Okay, could we read the motion again, please?
The Election Commission to assert that election results should be verifiable by an independent party.
Is there other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Sabas,
can we ask Scott to comment on this? What's his thoughts on this, please?
Scott,
So this verifiable part, the election already is verifiable. If ordered by a court, we could go back and recreate the election because that's why we have to maintain custody of everything for 22 months. Now, if there was something wrong with the election, the proper avenue would have been to file a contest for cause prior to the deadline for a contest for cause, not wait 20 months and then bring it up. So that's the difference between, there is already a mechanism for this. And like I said, if the court ordered us to verify the election, we could verify it because we have all the documents. We have the ballots, we have the documents. We could verify it. We could recreate the election.
what's the time on that?
My understanding off the top of my head is it's 20 days after the general and I believe 7 days after the primary.
Where
you file a contest for cause with the Supreme Court.
Contest for cause to the Supreme Court within 7 days for a primary and
20 for a general.
days for a general.
And then when do you certify?
Certification happens after we conduct our canvass, which is pursuant to Chapter 16.
How many days after?
We are scheduled to conduct our canvass after the general, after each election, and when we complete our canvass, which is looking at the over/unders, doing the manual audits, conducting any recounts as necessary, that's when we certify.
So how many days after the election?
It depends on when we get it done. I can't
So
give
what
you
is your
exact date.
minimum days that you're supposed to do it?
There's no minimum day. We
Yes,
certify.
there is. You can't certify until 20 days afterwards.
No, we cannot deliver the certificates of elections, which is different from certification of the results.
So when you look at the canvas of all of the logs, and Maui has no records, and the Big Island records don't add up, how do you
Those are one particular part of the records. Maui has records, they just don't have those transfer logs from the county clerks to the counting center. We provided all the logs that we used previously to this commission. It's just the transfer log.
We don't need that detail to act on this motion. The motion's a general motion. You're getting specific, and Scott's answered your specific questions. The motion on the floor again, could you read the motion on the floor again, please?
For the Election Commission to assert that election results should be verifiable by an independent party.
Your comment on the motion, Scott, if any.
Like I said, I believe that it's already verifiable.
Thank you. Other discussion by the commissioners? Yes, Mr. Apana. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Apana, you're muted.
I just want to ask the maker of the motion if we are, well, not we, the commission is to be the independent party to verify the election. What standards are in place, or what would we use to accomplish that? I just curious.
Lindsay, you're muted.
I don't know. I think we could figure it out. Yeah, I'm trying to get people to, excuse me, I'm trying to get people to agree on a basic premise, and then, you know, the hows and the wherefores can be figured out in due time. There seems to not be agreement about whether these results ought to be able to be verified by anybody other than the people who have access to the computers.
Otherwise, we might be in violation of our own rule if we cannot verify it.
Huh?
If we are to verify the election and we cannot do that, we would be in violation of our own rules because we are the independent party.
Okay.
I mean,
Dylan.
Yes,
Okay,
Chair. I have a
whatever.
question for Scott again.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify his comment. So Scott, what you're saying is, as far as the state's concerned, it's verifiable. The elections are verifiable. Are you against having a third party help verify our elections?
It just depends on what you mean by verify, because for us, verifying is we are conducting to make sure the machines are counted correctly. That's what we do our audits for. But if you want us to recount the whole election to verify that every ballot was counted properly, I don't know how much time that's going to take. And I
Well,
don't even
for
know if that's
example,
legal.
fair. For example, with our election being designated, our elections commission being designated as a third party to help conduct audits or help with hand counts, you would be opposed to that.
I would be opposed to you helping us. But if you want to verify, just like I said, it just depends on what you mean by verification. So if you want to look at the results of our audits, you want to look at the results of our over/under, you want to look at all the documents, yeah, we can do something like that. But if you want to recount every ballot to make sure everything was counted properly, I don't know if that's even legally possible.
No one is suggesting that. that's no one is suggesting that. But you put out two like opposite things. Like, we have all these over under reports, you can look at them, or we can't recount every single ballot that was cast. Right. Both of those things are not the answer. We're not talking about counting every ballot all over again. That's absurd.
But that's
on the other hand, looking at your over under reports does not help us one bit. That's not an independent verification of what happened. I know you're satisfied, but we are not.
That was my point. I don't know what will satisfy you.
Well,
to verify
something
the
like
election,
what we've been trying to do, like just
which is
take
count all
those
the envelopes,
Hawaii County envelopes, right?
which is still a big undertaking.
We're happy to undertake it. We're happy to do it. All you have to do is say that we can be considered a designated representative,
Ralph.
and we'll do it.
Yeah, so
Ralph.
we're asking for the daily logs. You should have a daily log that equals to your report.
Yeah, we can
Your
provide
over
that.
under, what's that?
We can provide a daily log. We just didn't provide it for the.
We've been asking for it for.
And what I'm
years.
trying to say is we were not set up to provide that. So what we're going to do for the 2026 election is set it up so we can provide you a daily log.
So
We were always working with
That's water
Cumulative.
under the bridge. We have a motion on the floor.
No, Chair, it's not water under the bridge.
It is.
Can we
It's
please
not.
vote?
No, again, you guys are getting
There's
into.
been a there's a motion to call for the question. It'll take 6 votes to end discussion and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of ending discussion will have a roll call on that.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
I ready. I
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Not
Is she
here.
still here with us?
I don't see her.
I am still here. I'm
Oh.
fighting
Oh,
a massive headache. So, yes.
Yes.
So I
Okay.
did vote. I voted no.
You vote no. Okay. Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
motion passes.
Oh,
Motion
wait a
fails.
minute.
You need
That
6.
was 5 votes in favor.
You need 6.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry, it does
takes 6
not
for the
pass.
question. Okay. Further discussion.
Yes, Chair. I'd
Yes,
like
Ralph.
to ask Mr. Nago the question. We don't have daily logs.
No. You can make a statement regarding the motion. We're not bringing Nago in again.
Okay, again, uncomfortable questions that you don't want answered. So the public is expecting that we have a daily log of how many ballots were received by the counties. That's not hard to get here. So
that would be consistent with the motion. So you're in
yes,
favor
so
of the
it
motion.
should have the same standards to the financial institution. You're giving us the statement. We should have the balance sheet that gives you the statement. So you're saying here's the results. We want to know daily what added up to the results.
So that's in favor of the motion. Any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Apana. You're muted. There you go.
Mr. Chair, I'll be voting against the motion that we, the independent third auditor, we already are that person, but we failing to do our job because we do not have the proper information. I have said from the beginning, we need to tell the elections office what we need in order to do our job. Today, we had one of our breakthroughs. The director said, I will give you your daily reports you are asking this past couple months. And, but he said, we'll start it next year because we are getting ready to set up in that fashion. We could not do it in the past because it was not one of their daily duties. Now our job is to tell them what else we want them to do so we can become that independent body that oversees the election. Just to say we'll do it without any tools is kind of worthless. To me, it would make more sense for us to tell them what we need to do our job, because it is our job already to be that independent third party. And that's why be voting no. It's redundant, and I'd like to go on to discussing what we really need to get our job done. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to make a final comment in urging all of our commissioners to support the motion. We have the authority to make recommendations to the chief election officer on methods to improve the election. And all this is asserting that we should have a third-party way to verify our elections. The chief elections officer's response is that our elections are already verifiable. And by his standards, that means our internal SVRS and the way we do things on a state level at the Office of Elections means it's verifiable. For me, I disagree with that. I don't think that you can say you're self-verified. There should be a way to verify your work. And so that's all we're asserting here. That's all we're recommending here, is that there should be a third-party way. Commissioner Cam's motion does not specifically designate us. It's just, again, I'm voting on the principle here that yes, our election should be verifiable by a third party. I'm in support of the motion.
Ralph.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion and to align with 11-8.5. So Elections Review Program, the Elections Commission shall develop and implement an election review program to establish policies for the administration of an election observer program. Put those words in there to verify the election.
So what's your motion?
Just what I said, to change the wording to make, and we're going to have establish policies for the administration of an election observer program that verifies the election. So that's written in 11-8.5 to ensure.
Second?
Go ahead.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay.
It's okay with me.
So
the amendment to the motion is such that, go ahead, Ralph.
So we're just saying that the observers will be able to verify the election. That's all we're asking. And it aligns right up with 11-8.5, that observers will be able to verify the election.
So that's the amendment to the motion that elections be verifiable by a neutral third party.
No, it's yes, that's the amendment, that observers will be that third party, that observers, anyone can have.
You're going to limit it to observers?
Official observers, and anyone can, we can get, this should be publicly available information. This is our elections. This should be on the internet every day. How many ballots were received? How many were counted?
Discussion on the amendment.
Chair.
Yes, Dylan.
Commissioner Cushing, I think it might almost be redundant to include it in the motion because it is statute, but to the point of other commissioners who have said we should always revert back and reference statute, I don't think it hurts to put it as a part of the motion. So I'm still in support. Thank you, Chair.
But
other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Wait, anybody else? Okay, Ralph.
Yes, so the nuance is, are our elections going to be verifiable or not? That's what we're voting on.
We're voting on the amendment to that motion.
I think Lindsay accepted it as a friendly amendment. Isn't she allowed to do that as the mover?
Well, I
Now we got the
second,
amendment on the floor.
yeah, I seconded it, so.
Yeah. Would you read the amendment, please, Madam Secretary?
Yes. To align with 11-8.5, so Elections Review Program, the Elections Commission shall develop and implement an election review program. That's okay, to establish policies for the administration of an election observer program. I believe that's what Commissioner Kushney said. If not, then please repeat.
Is that right, Ralph?
To allow observers to verify the election. We want to implement a policy to allow observers to verify the election.
Can I just say,
Jeffrey.
he quoted, the third point there, established policies verbatim. So why don't we just go with that?
Okay, Jeffrey.
Okay, he did not quote that section verbatim.
When
What
he
that section actually
initially-
says is the Elections Commission shall develop and implement an elections review program to subsection 3, establish policies for the administration of an elections observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of elections results. It does not say that observers are entitled to verify election results. I think that Commissioner Kushney is taking what subsection 3 says and expanding on it to the point where we would be demanding that third parties could have complete access to everything. And this is not that. What 8.5 actually says is that we should establish policies to allow for ensuring the validity and reliability of election results, which I think is a different thing.
Yeah. Other discussion?
I'm so confused.
I'm going to withdraw my amendment. We just want to vote if elections should be verifiable or not.
By somebody who doesn't get a paycheck from
Yes.
the state of Hawaii.
Yes.
Is that
Adding again.
withdrawing the amendment? Does any commissioner object to that withdrawal?
It wouldn't matter because we voted, right, that a
Yeah.
mover can withdraw their motions. So
Yep.
we can go back
Okay.
to the original.
Back to the original motion. Would entertain a roll call vote, please.
Okay.
Can we restate the original motion?
Okay. Read the motion, please, again.
Yes. Motion for the Election Commission to assert that election results should be verifiable by an independent party.
Roll call, please.
Okay, roll call now. Commissioner Andrian?
Aye.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Aye, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton?
No.
Commissioner Kam?
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
I'm a no, it's way too vague.
Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
Abstain.
The motion does not pass.
Okay.
Dylan, could you continue with your methodology of your report?
Sure. I think we've covered 1 through 4. So I want to go to number 5, or actually
Okay.
number 5, documentation of 2024 compliance failures. The Elections
Okay.
Commission should formally document that required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance with HAR 3177453 were not produced for the 2024 general election. I think this could be in the form of just a letter from us to the chief election officer, putting him on notice. It sounds like he's aiming to be compliant for 2026, but we should, as a body, just acknowledge the fact that the past few years, and specifically we can limit it to 2024, right? These documents weren't kept and they weren't being enforced by the chief election officer as prescribed in HAR 3177453.
Can you assert that thought in the form of a motion?
Yes, my motion is that the Elections Commission formally document that required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance with HAR 3177453 were not produced for the 2024 general election.
Were not
Second.
provided. Wait, can you say produced or provided? They weren't provided to your pig.
Well, they weren't provided to the commission at all. As Scott Nago came on screen to say, you guys have been asking for it for months, and we just didn't have the setup to provide it for you. And in other counties, it just wasn't even kept. And so all I'm saying is we owe it to the public to document that and say that that wasn't done. We can even acknowledge, that he's already made a commitment to us that in 2026, it will get done. But I'm just saying, guys, part of our role is just accountability and oversight. And this is just a small way to do that and say, okay, we're here we're all talking about moving forward, right? And not looking at the past anymore. Okay, well, this is a way to do it, is to acknowledge the failure of the past and saying it cannot happen again. Please make sure we're following HR 3177453. So again, my motion is basically what's in the recommendation, and I'll repeat it one more time.
Please.
Okay, so the motion is that the Elections Commission formally document that required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance with HAR 3177453 were not provided for the 2024 general election.
There a second?
Yes, second.
Discussion. Jeffrey.
My hand was up before.
Okay.
Chair, can I just,
Mr. Apana?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Commissioner John that was it not satisfied because of Maui?
I mean, we really should be asking Scott these questions, but
if Maui didn't give it to him,
Didn't give it to you.
he cannot give it to us if he never got it.
Well, I mean, HAR, that's one perspective. But HAR 3177453 also talks about how the chief election officer is to prescribe uniform forms for all the counties to use.
Yeah, that I agree.
Which again, he's agreeing that is his role, and he will do that in 2026. But no one can change the fact that was not done for the 2024 general election. So again, I'm not after the counties. I'm just after, we got to show some motion for our commission. And this is one of those things. Let's just document it wasn't.
Can you see your motion one more time so I can understand it?
Okay.
Can they read it or something?
Yeah, the motion is that the Elections Commission formally document that the required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance to HAR 3177453 were not provided for the 2024 general election.
Okay, that's a fair statement.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I wrote a letter to Scott in 2022 asking for that specific document. So this is coming on 4 years that I've been asking for it personally, and we brought it up in multiple election commission meetings. You muted my microphone in the first meeting I was on because I had brought this up. And this shows a clear collusion to block all this stuff from coming to light. And
are you talking in favor or against the motion?
I'm in favor, and
thank you.
People to vote against this is shameful. Shameful.
Other discussion.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no. I'm going to vote no simply because these are recommendations coming out of the PIG, of which I was a member, and it was never discussed with us.
Thank you. Dylan.
I just make a comment, Commissioner Sabas.
Wait, no, please. You can talk about the motion.
Well, I'm being told that no one was included in the discussion, and that's not true.
Well, he admitted that he wasn't included. Let's leave it at that. We're talking about the motion.
True.
To acknowledge that documents in prior election weren't complied with. They will in the future, as Scott's promised us. Could you reread the motion again, please?
Yes.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Chair. Motions that the Election Commission formally document that the required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance to HAR 3177453 were not provided for the 2024 general election.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Dylan, you had another points in your PIG report that you'd like to discuss with us?
It's the final recommendation, accountability for election certification and the chief election officer, stating that despite the absence of documentation demonstrating statutory ballot accounting compliance, the chief election officer still certified the results of the 2024 general election. So I'm not sure how to word this in a motion. I'm open to the body making it, but my idea is that, all these, especially if he's implementing it for 2026, all those need to be accounted for and used to verify the election counts before he certifies the actual election. And that wasn't done for 2024. So again, open to a motion by the body, but I think that we should hold him accountable for that.
So prior to certification, you're asking for some verification? But you're saying that prior to certification, there's some documentation and some proof and some verification that you're asking for before he certifies the election.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Okay,
mean,
so
what I'm saying is
what are
that
those
wasn't-
requirements?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that wasn't done right for 2024. And it should have been done, right?
So the motion for the future.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So
So again, open to a
make
motion
it
by the
make it a
body, but-
motion, please. So the chief elections officer has to comply with all laws prior to certifying the next election?
No, I think it needs to be in effect of, the daily logs that he's collecting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Pana. I'm at
Mr.
a
O'Connor?
mind map block here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go back to where I came from, the beginning of this meeting. When do you make the agenda for the next meeting?
Before the next meeting?
What
At least 6 days before.
6 days before. Shoot, I will try my hardest. I gotta go to the mail and come back, but to get before these commissioners a checklist of what I expect the Office of Election to provide for us so that we can ensure a clean and safe election. That means they got to tell us the printing, the mailouts, all that stuff that's in Dylan's thing, one punch list. And that should satisfy us. And I'll share it with the rest of the commissioners. If they want to add something that we feel it's important, we'll add it on. At least it gives the state more than a minimum of what we would like to see. And that would help us become that independent body without saying we are the body and putting all kind of legal stuffs on us. We will be doing our job because we have a clear path of what we expect. They have a clear path of what we expect of them and shouldn't have this he said, she said, next time, I didn't know that's what you wanted. Let's put all that to rest and be very clear what we need and what we want. And future commissioners can add and take away as situation changes. I mean, that's what I think we need.
So prior to the certification by the chief elections officer, he'll need to provide us with a punch list of documents.
I think we got almost nothing to do with certification. They have the laws they follow. If they're going to wait for us to say certified, we hold the election up 3-4 days. Is that what you're asking? because we only meet once a month. We're gonna have a
Well,
special
and
meeting.
it needs a 7-day prelude to the agenda before we
Yeah,
can act on it, according
I
to the
wouldn't
law.
go for that.
No.
Okay, Ralph, you got ideas?
Yeah,
I
all of
had my
this,
hand up. Jeez.
all of this should be online. It should be available to the public. Whatever Scott Nago is looking at, this should all be public available information. All the documents have been created throughout the election. It should be all posted. People have been asking that. Jennifer Hunt said she was asking the county for that throughout the election. Jamie Detweiler was saying that. I was on Oahu. I was doing the same thing on Kauai. Kauai didn't give me their chain of custody documentation until the, I believe it was the 21st of November. So how do you get that information in a timely manner? We just want to see that at the same time Scott Nago's seeing it. All of this should be in a glass box.
Lindsay, we're looking for a motion.
No, I have a question for Mr. Apana.
Okay.
So I love your idea. And I wonder, does that include, so now, I mean, we're getting specific about the recommendations in this PIG. So what you're talking about, the punch list that you would come up with as a draft would include the number 1, standardized daily ballot accounting, the ballot envelopes collected, the ballot envelopes received through USPS, et cetera. Is that the kind of thing that you're thinking of?
I'm the great delegator. You should be asking Dylan that question.
Oh.
Because he's going to help me do this. I'm not going to do it alone. It's going to be a Maui magic teamwork.
I see.
And we get Mr. Sabas from Molokai to help. We're the 3 little piglets.
Careful, that would be another pig. So we roll that in first.
That's 3
So Dylan, is that what you're imagining that he's talking about?
Yeah, I imagine when you talk about a punch list of what we're looking for, it includes everything.
I mean, we'll come back to the
specifically those
commission.
things in number 1.
If we come back to the commission, we're missing something, we'll discuss it. Is it important? Is it worth the effort?
Right.
I mean,
I thought
then
that's
we
what
say
you guys
yes or
were
no.
doing.
Who's
Okay,
doing
then
it?
the motion would be for Dylan, Mr.
No,
Apana,
no.
and Mr.
Don't make a
Sabas
motion.
No.
We'll
to
just do it.
generate
We'll just do it and
a punch
on
list.
our own.
I do have a motion to make.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
If
Go
we can
ahead.
just back up, I just remembered this, but what we found, and again, I just want to state, and this can be contested, but this part of our investigation involved all of us, and that was trying to figure out when exactly does chain of custody begin? And before I make I guess I'll make my motion first, and then we could hear from Scott, but I like to make the motion to establish that the chain of custody documentation, in the opinion of this commission, starts when ballots are ordered.
Second.
Continues through each stage of ballot handling.
Been moved and seconded that that ballot counting begins when they're ordered.
Chain of custody begins.
Chain of custody begins when the ballots are ordered.
So can we have Scott come and explain to us when the Office of Elections believes that begins?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. When does your chain of custody begin?
So before I answer the question, I would like everybody to refer to our February 16, 2024 Elections Commission report titled Reporting Election Security, that is authentication, accounting, and securing of ballots. And then it addresses many of these chain of custody comments. But for us, chain of custody really begins after the ballot has been voted. Prior to, like I said earlier, we distinguish chain of custody from ballot inventory. We do maintain ballot inventory throughout, but for us, chain of custody is putting a seal on it and maintaining the integrity of the ballot, which for us only begins after the ballot has been voted.
So
and it's open.
What does that mean? The ballot has been opened.
The ballot has been opened and it's been voted, it's been opened, and it's exposed.
So to your website, how do you ensure elections officials don't throw away or add ballots when they picked up?
That's not what it says. Our website refers to counting of ballots.
No, it doesn't.
We've discussed this in our PIG report number 3, and we've answered that question.
How do we verify that Elections.
So the question
throw away
was,
your ballots.
when does chain of custody start? And Scott said when a voted ballot's received.
He just
Other
said.
questions, Dylan?
So Scott, do we keep track of, I'm really interested in these questions. Okay. So please, I'm here to hear the answers. Okay. So do we keep track of how many, for example, ballots are ordered by each county? Do the
Yeah,
counties?
but that to us is not chain of custody. That to us is ballot inventory.
Okay.
Chain of custody is when you put a seal on it to maintain the integrity.
Sure. And then from ballots being ordered and then being mailed out to everyone, we have
Yeah,
a
we keep
track
we have
that.
a tracking of that. We know how many. Yes.
You consider that inventory, correct?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And we know how many ballots we mailed out, how many ballots we spoiled, all that, and how many ballots we have left.
Can you
That's all
share
for-
that with us?
Sure, but that's all ballot inventory. That's not necessarily chain of custody.
Okay. And then when it gets to the voter, right, they cast their vote. Let's say they bring it to the ballot box. We have a count of that, of all the ballots that are picked up from the ballot box.
No, what they do is they put it into a sealed box, and that's where the chain of custody happens because they put it into a box that's sealed, so nobody can tamper with it. Or if they do tamper, it will know. And then from there, it's always maintained. The chain of custody is always maintained under seal or
And
watch.
when we brought ballots back from the precincts, we didn't count them. We threw them in a box and locked them. And then
Correct.
dropped it off at the county clerk.
And that to us is chain of custody.
Yeah, but we didn't count them then either.
So when are those ballots accounted for?
So after they're brought back from the drop box or picked up from the USPS, they are entered into the statewide voter registration system. They're received, and that's part of what that HAR 3177453 is, because that's where we maintain an inventory, a complete, accurate count of that. We don't do it by day because we weren't set up for that, but we can do it we're going to do it by day for the next election. But that's where they're inventoried and marked as received. So that's how we know how many ballots or envelopes we received.
Okay, so do you support and agree with my motion that chain of custody should start from when ballots are ordered? Or are you saying if we want that information, we need to ask for ballot inventory?
I'm saying I don't know how we would maintain chain of custody of a ballot in the printer's possession. And I don't see why we need that because there's no votes on there. So basically, we just need to keep inventory of that ballot.
Dylan, can I say something? Chain of custody means when they can protect it and it's in their jail cell or whatever. When it's mailed out, they cannot protect it. It's out there. But once they officially receives it,
but we know how many ballots we mailed out.
Yeah, but you cannot control it out there.
Yeah.
But once it comes in the ballot box in your can, it's yours. You and you alone have total control. And that's the custody.
Okay. And I know all this parts too. I'm just trying to make sure it's discussed here and we're all clear. So when a ballot is dropped off at a ballot drop box, that's not counted there, right? Someone picks it up and it's sealed, and then it's brought to the county's counting center, and that's where it's accounted for, correct?
Correct. Electronically.
Yeah. And that's where it's very difficult for me to get behind that we're going to electronically. There should also be, and that's the point for me of 3177453 and the daily counting logs, is so that someone can write down and say, yeah, there were 13 ballots that were picked up from this ballot drop box, and not just, let's just depend on it getting scanned into the statewide voter registration system. Understand where my concern is?
Yeah, but my concern would be that if you're talking about hundreds of ballots and you want them to count it there, you're always going to have human error. Anytime you have humans involved, there's a chance for human error. And if they miscounted it, then we get into trouble because they're going to be missing 3 because they miscounted. So that's why you always rely on an electronic scan or a machine scan.
I disagree with that premise. I mean, we can have the electronic scan, but we should also have the human involvement. And I think that's why we have an observer program. So maybe the team that we do this is actually focusing on 11.8.5 and those subsections where we're allowed to help implement policies for an observer program. I don't think we're there yet.
Mr.
Dylan, Dylan, I had the same thing because once you guys told me, why don't they count it at the drop box before they put it in the can? They said they don't want to be exposed to the public with people around.
Sure.
So they would have observers, say Democrat, Republican, whatever, see them put it in the box, and they put one of those seals similar to a Matson container seal, and they take it straight to the county building or wherever they take it to. And when they open it, get observers again. So it's sanitized where nobody can add or take out. So that's the safety part. Because
Right.
I asked the same question.
No, yeah, I understand that. I made the conversation happen so that everyone on
Oh,
hear it.
sorry.
But my thing is, right, is that's why 3177453 is so important, is if these logs are kept, it should be kept. And I hope, Scott, you're aiming to do it this way where I'm not talking about just scanning it into the statewide voter registration system and then writing that down on the log. It should be our observers or, it should be the hand count that goes on that log, not just this is what the statewide voter registration system says, so I'm going to put it down on the log. I mean, we might as well just look at the statewide voter registration system.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I rode around with the County of Kauai, and I thought their system was solid. They went to the drop boxes, and they counted how many ballots were in each drop box. They wrote it on a sheet of paper. There was 2 employees there. Then they sealed those ballots in an individual container, and they went to the next drop box and they repeated the procedure. Then after they were done with half the island, when they got back to the office, they unloaded those containers into the office, and the office personnel double checked the guys in the field. Okay. There was 1C, 2C corrections on those records and logs, which are perfectly acceptable and expected. So those logs and records were corrected. But at the end of the day, the count that the county got and the count that the state reported counting were way off. And that's the issue right now. I don't think it was a manual miscount. I believe there's something else that's going on. And when the envelopes are entered into SVRS, I plotted on a log, there's up to an 8-day lag while those envelopes are sitting in the office. So we need to know real time how many envelopes you have so that the public is assured that there's no messing around with that. Now, the County of Hawaii had the same procedure, and they had forms that the employees went and they signed how many were on there, and they documented how many they collected at the drop boxes and how many they collected and recounted that in the office. That's all documented on those records. They counted them twice with 4 people to come up with their number. So why can't we use those numbers as a record? And this is what's going to help with the county coming in. I believe they have the right count, and I hope that they stand by their count. Something else is going on here, and that's what we need to get to the bottom of.
Thanks. Lindsay.
I just wanted to get some clarification from Mr. Nago. I was going to say essentially what Ralph just said, that I know that on Kauai that's how they did it, and that seemed great. And I believe that I thought that was what happened on every island, and that there's all these careful records. But then the problem is they don't add up. So if they're already accustomed to keeping these careful records, is that what we're going to recommend that they continue doing, but they just do a better job of it? Or is that getting thrown out in favor of only scanning? And what you're proposing is that the daily scan numbers are what you're going to share? I'm just trying to understand.
So if you recall, Commissioner Kushney had numbers for the County of Kauai,
Yeah.
which in Pig Report number 1, he said was inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
We added up all BRM receipts because we had a complete set, and those numbers matched the envelopes received. So it had to have been human error. And that's why I'm saying when you have humans counting, it's human error.
You did not take out the undeliverable ballots out of the count. The county recorded on their forms the undeliverable ballots. So the BRM receipts that they noted on the forms had 2 counts. one that were ballots delivered with the ballots filled out, and one was undeliverable mail. There were 999 undeliverable ballots, and if you look at your records, that equals 1,660 envelopes that could not be accounted for. And it's in your log. So I'm glad you brought that up, because we need to look at that at the next meeting.
Dylan?
Again, uncomfortable question, Chair. You're skipping over an important an important thing. The business reply mail.
Thank you, Ralph. Dylan.
Cited. I'm not done, Chair. The business reply mail.
Dylan's up now. You've had your 3 minutes. Dylan, you had something?
Yes, Chair. So I'm not certain about if my motion should remain on the floor, if I should withdraw it, if Scott Nago is saying that, you know, chain of custody begins
receiving
once it's received from
voter ballots. You can amend your motion. You can amend your motion to reflect that as that's when ballots, the chain of custody begins when a voted ballot's received. You can amend your motion if you want.
Isn't that what they already operate off of?
Yeah.
That's what they do. Your motion is what's in conflict. Because your motion was that chain of custody began when they ordered the ballot.
Right. And Scott is saying he can give us that information from when it's ordered.
But that's not chain of custody.
They can do it, but it's not chain of custody. Okay.
Thanks for
so you can amend your motion.
Yes, I'm withdrawing my motion.
And whoever seconded that, Ralph, did you second that?
I did.
Okay, Lindsay, did you want to retract your second? And
I'll do whatever. It's fine.
Okay. Did you want to try another motion, Dylan?
No, to the body, if there's any other motions to make.
No.
Any other discussion on PIG?
Yes,
PIG
sir.
report? Yes, Ralph.
I move to advise Scott Nago to have the same standards as a financial institution would to account for the ballots. So
without definition, that's too vague.
I mean, second for discussion, Ralph, go ahead.
There's a gap in general accounting procedures
that's right. That's for accountants. And
right.
That's for accounting. And how do you apply it to elections?
It's the same thing. You count ballots like a $1 bill.
So was there a second to the motion of
yes, I did
approving gap for elections?
Yes, I seconded it for discussion.
Discussion.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
We're making this like it's some rocket science that this can't be accomplished. The problem
gap is rocket science.
The problem is there's monkey motion going on. We need to account for the ballot, the envelopes, just like you would a financial institution. It's just if this was an 8th grade band class fundraiser program, this would be all over the papers that money was lost. So we should have the same accounting principles to account for ballots as we do money.
And who seconded this?
I did.
You sure?
On it?
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm okay, guys. Here's how I think we move forward as a team. Okay, when something like this is by Commissioner Cushney, he's making a statement of recommendation to the chief election officer on a principle I think we can all agree on. I mean, we should treat this like a financial institution where every dollar counts, every penny counts. Yes, every ballot counts. So we're just agreeing with that. I hope you all feel like I've operated on this team in good faith. I've not disbarred anyone's character. I've not, made outrageous accusations or things like that. Whether I believe those things or not, I keep it to myself for the most part. But when it comes to a decision-making thing, guys, we got to get to a place where we're agreeing on even simple, basic things like this, which is what Commissioner Cushney, albeit the way he presents it, can sometimes probably turn people the other way. Let's agree. Like, yeah, our elections commission should treat this the same way a financial institution would, where it's dollar for dollar, ballot for ballot. That's all. That's what I'm voting for. That's what I'm in agreement with.
People can't understand GAAP that are in the business. How can you apply it to elections? Generally accepted accounting practice is GAAP. The book's about 3,000 pages deep, and there's no way that a reasonable person could
was that your motion,
apply GAAP to elections. But go ahead, continue with your discussion.
I have no comment left.
Okay, I'd entertain roll call, please. Could you reread the motion, please?
Motion to advise Scott Nago to apply the same standards that a financial institution would use to account for the ballots. Roll call.
Roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
I
Dylan,
have a
do
comment.
you have a motion?
I do.
Oh,
Move to
go ahead.
adjourn.
Okay,
Okay.
Barbara,
Second.
Third.
Third.
then move to adjourn and second. Better have a roll call on this one.
Yeah.
Before we
I'm
close
just-
up shop, will you please tell us when the next meeting is?
First.
It's the first week in May 6th.
Thank you.
Unless there's any objections, we'll adjourn.
Yep.
Here, we need to discuss how the
Is that an
chair is
objection?
going to be voted on.
State it as an objection, please.
We'll take a roll call on the move to adjourn.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
No, I'd like to discuss the appointment of the new chair and the procedure for that.
Commissioner Apana,
Wait. Move to adjourn. Yes, I want to adjourn.
Commissioner Kushney,
No, I'd like to discuss the appointment of the new chair.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes, adjourn.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No, because I had wanted to say something before somebody called to adjourn
Commissioner
and was not
Sabas,
afforded my time.
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes,
The motion passes.
we'll see you next month.